morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Pazhassiraja College, in association with ICWA and the Research Promotion Council, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Today National Conference on Media Platforms and Asian Geopolitics Opportunities and Challenges, sponsored by the Indian Council of World Affairs, New Delhi. This conference brings together scholars, academicians, media professionals, and students to reflect on the complex role of media in shaping Asian geopolitics, exploring opportunities, challenges, and the way forward in this digital era. All heartily, I welcome everyone, all the delegates, all the dignitaries on and off the diocese to our national conference. Let us begin this conference with a prayer by Ms. Sanchana. I kindly request everyone to rise and have the prayer.
അരൂപിയല്ല നീനിക്കനന്തരൂപിയാകണം സമസ്ത കോടി ജീവജാലമേകമെന്നു തോന്നണം അസാധ്യമെന്ന ചിന്തയെ ജയിച്ചെനിക്കു വളരണം അമൂല്യരത്നമമ്മ തന്ന സ്നേഹമെന്നറിയണം അമൂല്യരത്നമമ്മ തന്ന സ്നേഹമെന്നറിയണം ശത്രുവെങ്കിലും കരം ഗ്രഹിക്കുവാൻ കഴിയണം മിഴികൾ കൊണ്ടു മാനസം തലോടുവാൻ പഠിക്കണം നാവിൽ നല്ല വാക്കുകൾ സദാ തുളുമ്പി നിൽക്കണം നിറഞ്ഞ പുഞ്ചിരിക്കു മുൻപിലായുധങ്ങൾ തോൽക്കണം നിറഞ്ഞ പുഞ്ചിരിക്കു മുൻപിൽ ആയുധങ്ങൾ തോൽക്കണം അരൂപിയല്ല നീ.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchana, for invoking a positive spirit into today's proceedings. Dear ladies and gentlemen, every memorable event begins with a warm welcome. To extend a heartfelt welcome to all.
Good morning to one and all. With immense joy and pride, I extend a warm and hearty welcome to each one of you to ICWA-sponsored National Conference on Media Platforms and Asian Geopolitics, Opportunities and Challenges. Today marks a significant moment as we gather to reflect, discuss and deliberate on the evolving role of media in shaping perceptions and policies within the dynamic geopolitical landscape of Asia. It is my privilege to first welcome our distinguished inaugural speaker, Dr. Surbhi Dahiya, Professor and Head of Media Business Studies, IIMC New Delhi. We are deeply honored by your gracious presence and we eagerly look forward to your inaugural address, which will set the tone for our conference. I am happy to extend a heartfelt welcome to the distinguished resource persons of today's sessions, Dr. Sapna MS, Mr. Jos Kurian, Mr. Anisham Das, Dr. Smita E.K. and Dr. Seena Johnson. I also extend a special welcome to our respected Principal in Charge, Dr. Joshi Matthew, who will deliver the presidential address. Your leadership and constant encouragement guide us in all our academic endeavors. A heartfelt welcome to our conference convener, Dr. Jobin Joy, whose vision and commitment have been the driving force behind the successful organization of this event. Welcome, sir. I am equally delighted to welcome the representatives of our management, including CEO Father George Carlyle, Bursar Father Chako Chelambaramad, Calicut University Senate Member Mr. Sanu Kumar PV, and Ms. Lindsay Joseph, Faculty of Journalism and Mass Communication. A warm welcome also to our respected faculty members whose dedication continues to inspire our students as well as to the research scholars and media persons whose presence enriches this academic dialogue. I extend a warm welcome to our dear students, the participants from other esteemed institutions, and the technical team who support us. Your enthusiasm and active participation make this conference truly meaningful. Together, let us embark on a journey of intellectual exploration where we seek to understand the vast opportunities and complex challenges posed by the interplay of media and geopolitics in Asia. Once again, I welcome you all and wish this conference fruitful discussions and inspiring outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your gracious words of welcome and for laying the foundation for today's program. It is my privilege to introduce to you Dr. Joshi Matthew, our respected principal in charge of Pazhassiraja College. Dr. Joshi Matthew has always been a source of inspiration and guidance of both faculty and students alike. His vision for higher education goes beyond classrooms and textbooks. It is rooted in nurturing a culture of knowledge, critical inquiry, and social responsibility. With immense respect, I now invite Dr. Joshi Matthew, Principal in charge of Pazhassiraja College, to deliver the presidential address. Sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. Our special guest of honor, respected Dr. Surabhi Dakhia, Head Business Media Studies, Indian Institute of Mass Communication, Head of the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Shobin Matthew, Convener of this conference and the real brain behind this event, Dr. Jobin Joy, respected Senate Member of University of Calicut, Mr. Sanup Kumar PV, Chief Educational Officer of our college, Reverend Father George Kalail, our college bursar, Reverend Father Chako Chalamparap, Miss Lindsay Joseph, distinguished resource persons and scholars from various parts of the country, respected faculty members of other colleges and institutions, HODs, my fellow faculty members, and my dear students. Today, Pazhassiraja College is very proud to host this national conference on the most relevant topic, media platforms and Asian geopolitics. In the 21st century, Asia has become a central arena of global politics. Nowadays, in the present world situation, geopolitics in Asia directly shapes the world order also. As you all know, India is a key player in Asian geopolitics since the period of the non-alignment movement of the Jawaharlal Nehru in the Cold War era. In the framing of Asian geopolitics, the role of media is very crucial while dealing with South China Sea dispute, India-China relations, regional alliances like ASEAN, the power rivalries involving United States, China, Japan, Russia, so on and so forth. In the forming of geopolitics, media platforms, both traditional news outlets and also modern social media, play a very significant part in this Asian region. In the framing of geopolitics, media platforms play a dual role. On the one hand, they spread awareness, provide transparency, and allow citizens to engage with complex issues and influence public opinion across the nations. On the other hand, media can be weaponized. For instance, social media platform can spread misinformation and fueling tensions between countries. In recent years, we have seen digital platforms amplify narratives during conflicts in South China, Afghanistan, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, and even India. Recently, last week, we saw the Gen Z revolution in Nepal and the toppling of the Nepal government, in which media's role was very crucial. However, the challenge of media lies in balancing freedom and responsibility. Media must inform the truth rather than inflame. Media must analyze events rather than exaggerate. And media must promote dialogue instead of division. This conference is organized to deliberate on the complex interplay between media and geopolitics in Asia by examining how media platforms influence public discourses, diplomatic narratives, and international perceptions. In short, media platforms are no longer just observers. They are active participants in it. Our responsibility as global citizens is to consume media critically, demand accuracy, and encourage media platforms to be forces of peace rather than conflict. I take this occasion and opportunity to congratulate the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, especially the convener of this conference, Dr. Jobin Choi, and his entire team for organizing such a wonderful, timely seminar on geopolitics and media platform. And today, Pazhassiraja College is also blessed with such an amazing group of team of resource persons from various parts of India. And this will be very helpful to not only the students, but also academic community in Kerala. We wish a very fruitful and encouraging discussions on this relevant topic and expect an enriching output from this 2 days national conference. Thank you all. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and for your constant guidance in our academic pursuit. Every academic conference is driven by its theme and vision. To enlighten us about the objectives and the academic scope of this conference, may I now invite the convener of the conference, Dr. Jobin Choi, Assistant Professor of Journalism and Mass Communication. Sir, please.
Respected dignitaries, esteemed resource persons, distinguished participants, colleagues, and my dear students. It is my great pleasure to warmly welcome all of you to this ICWA-funded National Conference on Media Platforms and Asian Geopolitics, Opportunities and Challenges. This theme is especially relevant today as digital media's expanding influence intersects with complex regional and global affairs. In an era marked by rapid information flow, diplomatic sensitivities, and evolving communication landscapes, media platforms wield significant power in shaping perceptions, policies, and international relations. Our conference convenes amidst growing challenges around cross-border communications, information integrity, and strategic use of media in geopolitical discourse. Through our discussions, we aim to explore both the opportunities and the risks that contemporary media brings to the Asia's geopolitical environment. I sincerely thank the Indian Council of World Affairs for their generous support, without which this event would not be possible. Deep gratitude also goes to the management of Pazhassiraja College, especially to our manager, our honorable manager and patron, Dr. Joseph Mar Thomas, for his inspiring guidance. Our principal, Abdul Bari KK, has provided invaluable support throughout the conference planning and now its execution. Though he is away on his official duties, his presence is felt, and Dr. Joshi Matthew, our former IQAC coordinator and principal in charge, is ably leading in his absence. I also thank our IQAC team, particularly Mr. Koshi CJ, for their dedicated support. Special thanks are due to Mr. Akhil Agustin, Office Superintendent, and the entire ministerial staff of the institution for their diligent assistance in ensuring the smooth processing and execution of this conference. I express my heartfelt appreciation to my colleagues in the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication for their hard work, and to our enthusiast students whose energy has greatly enriched this event. This conference truly reflects a national spirit with 13 eminent speakers from 5 Indian states and 23 carefully selected research papers from scholars across 8 states. This diversity underscores the theme's academic significance and contemporary relevance. The sessions ahead will explore how media platforms shape Asian geopolitics, highlighting both challenges and opportunities in global communication and regional cooperation. It is our hope that these dialogues will inspire new insights and contribute meaningfully to the academic discourse. On behalf of Pazhassiraja College, I once again warmly welcome all dignitaries, resource persons, scholars, and participants. May this conference be a valuable forum of dialogue, reflection, and collaboration, marking an important milestone in our institution's journey. Once again, I thank the Indian Council of World Affairs for their generous support to organize this event. Thanking you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your detailed insights into the conference theme and its relevance. Now we are moving on to honor our guest. Honoring our guest is not just a tradition, but a token of gratitude from our institution. Today, we have chosen gifts that represent the heart and soul of Wayanad, reflecting our commitment to community and sustainability. This gift brings together the authentic spices of Wayanad, collected directly from our local farmers, representing the rich heritage of this land. Along with jackfruit powder, a product of woman entrepreneur from Wayanad, symbolizing our support for women-led initiatives and sustainable food traditions. Together, these gifts are a reminder of our bond with the community, our respect for sustainable practices, the spirit of empowerment we cherish at Pazhassiraja College, and our deep gratitude to the dignitaries who honor us with their presence today. May I now invite our principal in charge, Dr. Joshi Matthew, to kindly honor our chief guest, Dr. Surbis Tahia, Professor and Head of Media Business Studies, Indian Institute of Mass Communication, New Delhi, whose inaugural address sets the intellectual tone for the conference. Sir and ma'am, please. I request Dr. Joshi Matthew, Principal in Charge, to present a token of honor to Dr. Sapna M. S., Director of EMRC, University of Mysore, for gracing us with her esteemed presence and for chairing today's plenary session. Ma'am, please. With great respect, I call upon our college CEO, Reverend Father George Carlyle, to felicitate Mr. Josh Kurian, correspondent on Malayalam Manorama News Portal English, whose insight as a media professional bring depth and relevance to our discussion. I now invite Reverend Father Chako Chelambarambat, our bursar, to kindly honor Mr. Anish M. Das, Assistant Professor, NMSM Government College, Calcutta, for contributing his valuable perspectives to this academic dialogue. Sir, please. As a gesture of gratitude, may I request Mr. Sanup Kumar PV, the Senate member and Assistant Professor of Travel and Tourism, to honor Dr. Smita E.K., Head of the Department of Journalism, NMSM Government College, Calcutta, who will be leading one of today's technical sessions. Ma'am, please answer. It's over now. You may please be taken your seats. Thank you all. We will now listen to words of blessing and encouragement from our honored dignitaries. I warmly invite Mr. Sanup Kumar PV, Member of the Senate, who has always been a guiding presence in academic and institutional development, supporting initiatives that shape higher education for future generations. I now humbly invite Mr. Sanup Kumar PV to deliver his words of felicitation. Sir, please.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, including our principal, Dr. Joshi Matthew, and management representatives, and Dr. Surabhi, and Dr. Sapna, Smita, Anish, Jose sir. Respected our mass communication and journalism teachers who are actually working hard for the successful event of this seminar, and respected, beloved students of mass communication and journalism, and the speakers who come over here in the today's session. A warm good morning to all of you. As a college, we are very proud that mass communication and journalism department always, every year they come up with such a platforms, having a globally notable subject for the discussions and all. I think last year we had this kind of international seminar. Again, no wonder this media platform and geopolitics is again an interesting topic, and I hope we will have fruitful discussions in the coming 2 days. As we all know, we see things around the world, whether it is news related to a district or inside a state or inside a country or across the globe. We understand and analyze things based on the media narratives. I don't think we never focus, particularly into the deep of the points, but we analyze based on the media narratives which is coming in the newspaper or channels, whether it is any topic, like whether it is a Israel-Palestine issue, or Russia-Ukraine war, or the tax structure, trade issues which imposing by our American president, whatever. We all see the things based on these media narratives. But as a teacher from travel and tourism, and I see the media, they just not only make things related to the country's diplomacy, but also they focus the relationship between people and the image of places. So I remember one instance during pandemic. 2017-18 Kerala tourism, when we compare the Kerala tourism with the rest of the world, we experience heavy arrivals during the before pandemic, between 2015 to 2018. I think billions of domestic and international tourists have come to our state, and in 2019 Corona came in and all stand still, and our district borders, state borders, national borders were shut, and these flights, trains, buses were grounded and literally it was zero. The movement of people towards our state was zero. Then this Kerala tourism, the official, they identified how to overcome this hurdle. So they came up with different campaigns through the social media, and I remember the best campaign was Human by Nature, which went viral across the world, and we got several awards also for that campaign. It's a short film actually. After that we introduced one, Your Moment is Waiting, one short film which was directed by Prakash Verma, you all know, like Tudarum film fame. And he directed one short film, Your Moment is Waiting. Then again, and followed by another campaign we have launched, Come Out and Play. And another one we have launched, followed by Come Out and Play, we launched Incredible Kerala 360 degree. And people can, all over the world can sit at home and see our rituals, our festivals, our backwaters, our everything, like our temples, heritage walk, our ports and all. So it made huge impact on the people. It made huge impact across the world. Mainly we focus like the Asian countries, like Japan, the Far East, Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia. Then of course Gulf countries. And again we see a change, a drastic change. People started flowing towards Kerala when by 2023, 24, that period. And we are experiencing the same level like what we experienced during 2015 and 18. So it is because of that media's influence and impact on people. It's an act of I think it's an act of diplomacy, and media, I think, not only involved in this diplomatic relationship, it also affects, it also influence in the making images of places. So that way I think those kind of discussion we will have in the coming sessions. We are expecting those kind of discussions and fruitful conclusion, of course, by tomorrow. And I wish once again the team behind mass communication teachers for conducting such a wonderful seminar. And I at the same time I wish all the best, all the success for this program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind and motivating words. Your encouragement gives us strength and direction. We have our CEO, Reverend Father George Carlyle, who has always been a source of vision and leadership, ensuring that this institution grows not just in academic excellence, but also in values, character, and social responsibility. I now warmly invite Reverend Father George Carlyle to share his words of blessing and felicitation with us.
Respected dignitaries, beloved members of our esteemed resource persons, dear colleagues, and my dear students. It is with great joy and honor that I stand before you on behalf of the management of Pazhassiraja College to extend my warm greetings on this special occasion. We are gathered to reflect upon the theme Media Platforms and Asian Geopolitics, Opportunities and Challenges, a subject that is both timely and thought-provoking. Media, as we all know, is not merely a channel of information. It is a force that shapes societies, influences governments, and even plays a decisive role giving ordinary people a voice and building bridges across nations and cultures. At the same time, the challenges cannot be ignored. Fake news, propaganda, digital manipulation, and the use of media as a weapon in geopolitical dispute are issues that demand our attention. As students, teachers, and citizens, it is our responsibility to use these platforms wisely, uphold truth, and ensure that media becomes a tool for peace rather than division. On this occasion, I heartily appreciate the Department of Mass Communication and Journalism of Pazhassiraja College for their vision in organizing such a meaningful program. By bringing this discussion to the academic platform, our college once again proves its commitment to shaping responsible and enlightened young minds. I also extend my deep gratitude to the distinguished speakers who will guide us with their insights. Let this national conference inspire us to recognize the opportunities, prepare for challenges, and embrace the responsibility for using media for the betterment of society and the world. With these words, I once again extend my heartfelt greetings to all gathered here. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for your inspiring message. We have Reverend Father Chako Chelambarambet, the respected bursar of Pazhassiraja College, who has always been a guiding force in nurturing the college's academic activities, extending his wholehearted support to every initiative that strengthens us as well as this institution. I now invite Reverend Father Chako Chelambarambet to kindly offer his words of felicitation. Father, please.
Respected dignitaries, guests, colleagues, and students, I am pleased to extend my congratulations to all on the successful organization of this national conference by the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Pazhassiraja College. This is the second significant event the department has hosted recently, following the ICSSR funded national seminar, reflecting their strong commitment to academic excellence. The conference theme, media, platforms, and Asian geopolitics, opportunities and challenges, is highly relevant today, as media plays a crucial role in shaping perceptions and international relations. On behalf of the management, I express sincere gratitude to the department for their dedicated efforts in making this event possible. I wish the conference every success and hope it generates valuable insights and meaningful dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for your kind blessings and words of encouragement. So now it is time for the most awaited part of the session, the inaugural address. And before that, on behalf of the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Pazhassiraja College, in association with IQSC and the Research Promotion Council, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the two-day national conference on media platforms and Asian geopolitics, opportunities and challenges, sponsored by the Indian Council of World Affairs, New Delhi. So now we are honored to have with us Dr. Surbhi Tahia, Professor and Head, Media Business Studies, Indian Institute of Mass Communication, New Delhi, who will deliver the inaugural address on Media at the Crossroads, Redefining Asian Geopolitics in the Age of Digital Disruption.
Dr. Surbhi Tahia is a professor and head of the Department of Media Business Studies at the Indian Institute of Mass Communication, deemed to be university under the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India. She has previously served as course director for English journalism and ADPR, Dean of Student Welfare and editor of Communicator. Internationally, Professor Tahia has represented India on numerous platforms. She is the IAMCR Faculty Ambassador and elected member of its International Council and Vice President of the South Asian Communication Association. In 2017, she was selected as the SUSI Scholar from India by US Department of State and attended the study of the United States Institute at Ohio University. Academically, Professor Tahia is gold medalist and scholarship recipient throughout her studies. She holds a PhD in media studies and dual master degrees. Her doctoral thesis focused on media management in the global scenario, a study of changing management practices in media. She has authored and edited several acclaimed books, including Handbook of Digital Journalism, Perspective from South Asia, Mastering Beats in Journalism, Indian 2024, Educator of the Year by Exchange for Media in 2023, Iconic Woman Award at the Women Economic Forum in 2019, National Award for Contributing to Mass Communication Education by PRSI, TLJ Jury Award for Excellence in Journalism Education in 2019. Professor Dehia has also been course director for specialized training programs for the Ministry of Defense, DRDO, SSB, NDRF, and corporate clients like Tata Steel and NTPC. She conducted a workshop on the effective use of social media for the media team of the Honorable Vice President of India in 2020. It's my great pleasure to invite Ms. Surbi Dahia to kindly initiate the session on Media at the Crossroads, Redefining Asian Geopolitics in the Age of Digital Disruption.
Very good morning to one and all. Thank you for inviting me. I have a shorter introduction, a two-line introduction about myself. I have been a teacher of journalism and, for 7 years I headed this Department of Journalism at IIMC. And last year I was told that, we want to become a deemed to be university, so please open up a new niche course. So I thought, what can be a niche course? So I just thought that, media is a business today. If you go through the FICCI report, it says that it is a 2.5 trillion industry, right? So media is a very big business. So the course that I opened is MA in Media Business Studies. Another point that I want to tell you is that when Dr. Jobin invited me here, I was actually in two minds, because I had another conference on which was clashing with this date. And I told him also I have to go to Dehradun because this got postponed. And I actually cancelled my Dehradun conference to come here because I felt, because teachers, your faculty here is very dedicated and they are really contributing to the field of media. I have written 8 books and my 9th book is coming this month. It's on editing. Dr. Jobin Joy has written a chapter in that book. And once I remember that, I just advertised for a guest faculty in my department and I got a message from Lindsay, ma'am, can I also teach 1 or 2 lectures online? I said yes. So I really felt the dedication of your faculty members here. So I decided to come to Pazhassiraja College. Then another task was, of course, choosing the topic. And I again left it to Dr. Jobin. I said, you can choose the topic and I'll speak on that. So when we chose this topic, Asian geopolitics, I would first like to tell you that to understand the geopolitics, to understand the Asian geopolitics, the must thing is that first you understand the media industry of your own country. So before I come to this topic, I will just, for 2-3 minutes, I'll just brief you about what the media is in our country. In our country, the media is divided into, say, 3 or 4 categories. One, there is the legacy media houses in India that started long back before the freedom movement, and most of the papers that started at that time were started because they wanted to get this freedom, right? Whether it is Hindustan Times or it is the Indian Express or it is the Hindu, they all started with this, in mind that they wanted to have freedom. And then post independence, their objective was, earned, and then, they shifted to different objectives. So we saw post-liberalization, how they grew towards profit maximization. and post-millennium, how they diversified into various different, genres. You can say that they developed their business. In the late 80s, what happened? Their younger generation, whether it was Sameer Jain and Vineet Jain from the Times Group, or it was Shobna Bhartiya of the Hindustan Times who took over the Birla legacy, or it was, Vivek Goenka in the Indian Express who took over the legacy. So they all started developing their businesses, right, in the late 80s. And post-liberalization, post-1991, what happened? That they developed these businesses and also diversified them. So if they were only in print, they diversified themselves into electronic media, they diversified themselves into internet, they diversified themselves into radio, and of course some other businesses, media related and non-media related, right? So this is one kind of media houses that we have, right? What are the other kind of media houses that we have? We have digital standalone media houses in India, right? The ones that do not have a legacy, but they just mushroomed up like 5, 10, 15 years ago, and they are just a digital platform trying to, make news or, publish news. And you could name a few like the print. Now, Shekhar Gupta started the print. So basically, these digital platforms have been started by the celebrity journalists of India. Shekhar Gupta served Indian Express for 19 years. Then The Wire, Siddharth Vardarajan served as an editor of The Hindu. He opened The Wire. And then there are other media, digital media portals like P. Sainath, who is a development journalist. He started a non-profit organization called Pari, right? So these, and InShots. So new business models are also evolving. Like, what is InShots? If you have it on your phone, the app InShots, it gives you news in 60 words. So this is a new business model, right? So we have legacy media houses, we have digital standalone portals, and then we have aggregators like Google. And then you have, this is all the fourth estate, and then you have social media, the fifth estate. So we call it as a fifth estate. Now, how many of you can survive without social media? Without Facebook, without Insta, without YouTube? How many of you can survive? Anybody? All of you need it? So what happened in Nepal? What happened in Nepal? Can you tell me, anybody? They banned social media, and it put all the political this thing in turmoil. And it ended up in turmoil. Just the banning of the social media ended up in the turmoil. So that is the impact and effect of the social media, the fifth estate. So all the media platforms that I'm talking about, whether it is legacy media houses, or they are the digital portals, or they are the aggregators, or they are the, these social media organizations or the social media platforms, they are all have become so essential in our lives that now we can't live without them. And banning of such social media platforms can exaggerate the situation to any level, as we have just recently seen in Nepal, right? So when we talk about media platforms, we talk about geopolitics, and especially the Asian geopolitics. China is a sort of an authoritarian regime. Nepal is sort of between India and China. So dominantly, India was with India. Now, it got into influence of China and started banning the social media as it is banned in China. And we all saw the result. So let us now deliberate on the topic, Asian geopolitics, but I have kept it limited to digital disruption, because you have to choose one main theme. So we have chosen digital disruption in that, and we will be talking about digital disruption. Can we play the PPT some point? All right. The first slide, please. So when we talk about the Asian media, I feel that it is standing at a pivotal historical movement because these rapid technological changes, they are coupled with rising geopolitical tensions, and it has placed the digital divide at a very center of power struggles between states, between corporations, between civil society. India also banned TikTok, if you remember, right? So from TikTok bans to large-scale disinformation campaigns, the region exemplifies, if you talk about Asia, it exemplifies how the contest, the contest for influence now unfolds as much on the servers and the smartphones that you all have screens as it does in the diplomatic corridors. So how it is related today, let us explore the intersection of the Asian geopolitics and the digital disruption by sort of examining how new technologies, they both empower and constrain the actors, and how it reshapes the information order, and how it challenged the long held assumptions about sovereignty, about press freedom, about democratic discourse, and through the key concepts and the regional case studies. I will take the regional case studies of China, of Philippines, of Facebook and Myanmar. So we will try and understand to trace, I'll also we'll try to trace how these platforms and algorithms have become instruments of the statecraft and the resilience alike. So I hope you will understand the major forces that define the relationship between India and the media and the geopolitics in the whole of the Asia. In this particularly in this digital era, and I hope that you will be able to identify that how these the concepts of platformization, the platforms, the digital sovereignty and the algorithmic geopolitics, and we can also explain how these shape the political and economic strategies of government and technological firms. So you will also gain an ability to critically evaluate the case studies from India's app bans to China's Belt and Road media initiatives using a comparative lens. And this foundation will equip you to analyze the policy trade-offs between national security, human rights, innovation, and to propose the informed interventions for journalism, for regulation, for civic advocacy. So when we talk about the key statistics, no, please go back to the previous slide. Please go back to the first slide. Yeah. So I'm talking about Asia's digital explosion and key statistics. So when you talk about the statistics, Asia is home to over half the world's internet users, because with the markets such as India, Indonesia, China adding millions of new users every year. So smartphone penetration has surged. How much time on an average, how much time you spend on smartphones in a day? 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours? Huh? How much, students? How much you spend? Yes. 7 hours? 6 hours? So the average is 4.8 hours. So all of us are spending more than 4.8 hours using the smartphones in a day. So when we talk about India, Indonesia, China, the number is rising, and the smartphone penetration which has surged, while mobile broadband's costs continue to fall. So this creates an unprecedented connectivity even in the rural areas. So this growth fuels vast new audiences for social media platforms, video streaming services, and e-commerce, turning Asia into the testing ground for the next generation digital technologies. However, if you see the digital boom, it also generates vulnerabilities, because the sheer scale of user basis, makes Asia a prime arena for misinformation, disinformation, campaigns, cyber attacks, data privacy challenges, and this combination of youthful populations, linguistic diversity, especially in our country, and the varying regulatory capacities, they provide a very fertile ground for both democratic participation and authoritarian control. So this illustrates why the region is a focal point for global technological companies and geopolitical strategists alike. So I hope you understand the difference between misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Anybody? Anybody? So misinformation is when you're just forwarding a message and you don't know, it's not intentional. But disinformation could be intentional, right? So how these misinformation, disinformation campaigns, they go on is also a part of how, we define Asian geopolitics. So let me first define, I think because I asked and nobody could raise their hand. So I would like to first define what is digital disruption. How many of you understand this topic? Okay, let me first define what is digital disruption. I will also define what is geopolitics, and then we go ahead. So when we talk about digital disruption, it actually refers to rapid technological changes that can basically alter the long-standing business models. So if anything new has come and a long-standing business model is going on in the country, any disruption that can be called as digital disruption. So it could be any long-standing business model, it could be governance structures, it could be cultural practices. So in media, it is marked by the shift from technological gatekeeping, where editors and broadcasters controlled, distribution, to platform-driven ecosystems, which are shaped by algorithms, which are shaped by data analytics. You've heard about big data. And participatory content creation. So this disruption is not merely technological, it transforms economies, it transforms politics, it transforms social behavior by collapsing the boundaries between producer and consumer, and between the domestic and the global information spaces. So within Asia, if we talk about digital disruption, it is particularly significant because it unfolds the fast-growing economies and uneven regulatory frameworks. So countries such as Indonesia, such as India, such as Vietnam, leapfrogged fixed line infrastructure and adopted a mobile first internet access, which allows social platforms to dominate the public discourse almost overnight. So the result is a very volatile environment where innovation and instability coexist. So this creates opportunities for new voices while simultaneously enabling surveillance, misinformation, geopolitical contestation. Okay, I will also define what is geopolitics in a platform era, basically, because when we are talking about media platforms here in this conference, so in a platform era, what does geopolitics mean? So geopolitics, it can traditionally concern the strategic interactions of states which are based on geography, which are based on power, which are based on resources. So in this platform era, these intersections, they increasingly revolve, and they revolve around control of digital infrastructure. It could be cloud services, it could be undersea cables, it could be app ecosystem, it could be data flows. So this influence is exerted not only through military or economic means, but also through the ability to shape the global communication networks and narratives that circulate within them. So if you talk about platforms such as TikTok, which was banned in India, X, which was formerly known as Twitter, WeChat, so they have all become geopolitical actors in their own right, with user base larger than many millions or many nations' population, I would say. So their policies on data storage, on algorithmic amplification, content moderation, they can affect everything, including elections, including protests, including conflict escalation. So we are seeing what is happening in Nepal. So consequently, the governments, they seek to regulate or to co-opt these platforms, turning seemingly neutral technologies into instruments of statecraft or even the soft power. So why we say that media is at crossroads? Because it all depends on technology, on media, and on power. So Asia's media systems, they stand at crossroads because where technological innovations, they intersect with the struggles for political authority. On one path, it seems it lies the promise of open networks that foster transparency, civic engagement, and economic growth. On the other hand lies the risk of fragmented internets, heightened surveillance, authoritarian control, as we see in China. So decisions made today about data governance, about platform regulation, about information rights, that will definitely shape the region's political landscape for decades, right? So this crossroad is visible in ongoing policy debates also. India's push for data localization, China's great firewall, Japan's emphasis on international data flows, they all represent different models of balancing innovation along with sovereignty. So these competing approaches, they influence not only domestic media ecosystems, but also cross-border relations, as countries, they export their regulatory philosophies and they use digital standards as a tool of foreign policy. Now, why we've chosen Asia? Because one, we are part of Asia, and second, because of the population, because of the growth, because of the political diversity. So Asia accounts for almost 60% of the world's population, and hosts some of the fastest growing digital markets. So when we talk about economies such as India, such as Indonesia, such as Philippines, they are expanding their online population at a double-digit annual rate, and this creates immense commercial opportunities also for the global tech firms basically, and regional startups also. So tomorrow you can also do a startup, and you will also become a part of all this, because this demographic and economic heft, it ensures that decisions that are taken in Asia, they resonate globally, and they, from the platform design to the content governance, everything is a part of what we are talking about. And equally important is the region's political diversity, as I said, because it ranges from liberal democracies like Japan, like South Korea, to hybrid regimes and one-party states, basically. So such variety generates a living laboratory of regulatory experiments and geopolitical maneuvers. Now let's do a concept mapping for interacting forces. If I say a concept map of Asian digital geopolitics, it highlights the interplay among four key actors. One, the government. Second, the global platforms. Third, the local economies and the local technological firms. And fourth is the civil society. So these four factors, they play a dynamic relationship among these actors. They create feedback loops, basically. For example, a stronger government regulation may push platforms to alter its algorithms. It may, reshape their user behavior and, civic society activism. So now let's take an overview of, I think you're going fast because I'm elaborating on the points. So can please come back to the overview of the actors. Yeah. Next, yes, overview of the key actors. So after this point you can change. So these states, they remain central because if you're using any legislation, any investment, sometimes cyber operations, it can assert influence. So their goals, they can vary. So some seek open markets, others, prioritize control over information or data sovereignty. Meanwhile, some global platforms such as Meta, such as Alphabet. What is Alphabet? Yeah, good. So some global platforms like Meta, like Google or Alphabet, you can say, and there's also another company called ByteDance. They operate transnationally and they are motivated by growth and profit, yet subject to some local laws and political pressure. So civic society, they are including journalists, non-government organizations, there's some digital right groups, and it plays a critical balancing role, So these actors, they pressure both states and corporations for, transparency, accountability, and they often, sometimes at a personal risk, not often. So if you talk about places like Myanmar or like Hong Kong, so civic society networks and the diaspora communities, they sustain the independent reporting even under severe repression, even demonstrating the resilience and adaptability of the grassroots media initiatives. Now let us talk about the different platforms that we are talking about. So platformization of the public sphere. So if you talk about platformization, it basically refers to the migration of news, of entertainment, of public discourse onto the digital platform. So how it is happening, so how the social media networks, how video sharing services, how messaging apps, they control both the distribution and the monetization. So unlike the traditional media outlets that we were talking about, the legacy media outlets, so these platforms, they rely on algorithms, algorithmic curations, personalized feeds, and data-driven advertising to shape what audiences see. So in Asia, the effects are, they are very pronounced, because citizens, they increasingly receive their first exposure to news through X or through YouTube or WhatsApp. How do you read news? Do you read news in newspapers or digital platforms? How many of you read through digital platforms? All right. Do you read full news or just the headline and the lead of the story? Lead of the story. All right. Anybody who reads newspapers? Not even one? Yes? Do you read full news or just the first paragraph? Full news? See, this is the difference between people who read newspapers, they tend to read full news, and the people who read in the digital platforms, they just tend to read the headlines, and if they are appealing, then they would read the first paragraph, that is called as the lead of the story, and then if they really are interested, they would read the full story. So this is how platforms like this InShots come into picture, where they come up with the changed business model of news in 60 words, because you have given them a new model, because you say we would not read beyond 50-60 words. So you get your first exposure to news from X, from Facebook, from Twitter, from TikTok, from WhatsApp, rather than television or newspapers. So this creates new opportunities for participation and also citizen journalism, but it also heightens the risk of echo chambers and viral misinformation. So understanding platformization is therefore essential to grasp how this public opinion is formed and contested in a particular region. Specifically, we are talking about Asia. And then we have algorithms. What are algorithms? What is algorithmic geopolitics? So it describes how basically algorithms, they are automated systems that can rank, that can recommend, that can moderate the content. It can become instrument of international influence. So when a recommendation engine amplifies certain narratives or suppress others, it effectively exerts soft power, even if unintentionally. So governments and political movements can exploit these algorithms to, for the information warfare, basically. They can sway elections, they can shape the perceptions of territorial disputes, and you can consider the example of South China Sea. So this, where competing national claims, they are accompanied by coordinated online campaigns, and they are trending hashtags. So these are designed to dominate the digital discourse, basically. So similar patterns emerge during elections in Philippines, if you see, or maybe sometimes in India you can see, where algorithmic, amplifications, they can reward the sensationalists, or they can polarize any contest. So these examples, they demonstrate that algorithms are not neutral technological tools, but they are active participants in the geopolitical contest for attention and for legitimacy. And when we talk about data sovereignty and data localization, it is sort of the principle that a nation should control the data generated within its borders and infrastructure that stores or basically transmits it. So for Asian governments, it represents a way to safeguard their national security, protests. It can protect the citizens' privacy, and they can maintain the cultural autonomy in a landscape. When you talk about policies such as India's data localization requirements and China's cybersecurity laws, they exemplify this approach, and they require companies to store certain data domestically and comply with local regulations as well. So, but the surveillance capitalism is also there, and the state surveillance is also there. So surveillance capitalism, what does it mean? It means to basically monetization of the user data by technological companies, and which collect vast amounts of behavioral information to predict and influence the consumer behavior. So in Asia, booming digital markets, this model fuels rapid innovation in advertising, in personal services, but it also creates unprecedented repositories of sensitive data. So then next point here in the presentation is can you go? Yeah, weaponized misinformation. How is misinformation weaponized? This is our next point of discussion. It involves the basically the deliberate creation and spread of fake news or false news or misleading information to achieve a political or a strategic objective. Now this, unlike accidental rumors, these campaigns are well organized, they are well funded, and sometimes they are transnational. So these actors, they range from a state-sponsored troll to a domestic political operative who can basically make viral mechanics of social media to destabilize any rival or influence policy outcomes. So I can give you an example of Philippines supporting political candidates, pro-Beijing, and narratives amplified across Southeast Asia. And such campaigns, they can erode even trust in journalism, and they can polarize the societies, and they can complicate the diplomatic relations. So when we talk about the global platforms and we talk about the local platforms, digital platforms are really global businesses. So their operations are deeply affected by local politics, because policies on content moderation, on taxation, on data privacy, they can vary across borders, across forcing companies such as Meta or ByteDance to negotiate with dozens of regulatory regimes simultaneously. So when we talk about security, when we talk about rights tension, these governments, they justify many digital regulations as essential for national security, and argue that controlling data flows or censorship, which is harmful, it can show harmful content. It can protect citizens from cyber attacks, from foreign influence. So these measures, such as data localization or real name registration, they're often presented as safeguards against terrorism and misinformation, I would say. So when we talk about, say, can we go to the next slide? Yeah, let's do some case studies quickly. So the first is China's techno-state model. So when I talk about China's techno-state model, it exemplifies a state-driven approach to digital governance. It can combine heavy investments in domestic platforms with strict control of online information. So, you know, I was a SUSI scholar in US in 2017, and I had a participant from China. So, and I took her number, phone number, and I was adding everybody, all the 16 participants from 16 different countries on a WhatsApp group. And I saw that she's not on WhatsApp. So I asked her, and then she was telling me everything about China, that how, you know, many platforms are banned and they're not allowed to use it. And sometimes illegally they take this VPN number, and then they are, you know, they are able to access some information, but then this great firewall, it blocks many foreign services, while homegrown companies such as Tencent and Alibaba, they operate within a tightly, you know, regulated ecosystem. So they simultaneously, they have this initiative called Belt and Road Digital Silk Road, export Chinese standards and, you know, infrastructure abroad, extending Beijing's influence over global networks. So this model offers economic benefits to them, supporting innovation and protecting national security, but it also enables pervasive surveillance, and, you know, it limits the free expression. Now Nepal wanted to do the same, but it failed miserably. And how, you know, other countries watch it closely. Some admire the stability and technological self-reliance that it promises, while others, they view it as incompatible with, you know, open internet principles. So China's example, it shapes debates on digital sovereignty across Asia and beyond. Now let me talk about India's digital sovereignty drive. So India presents a contrasting yet equally assertive strategy, because with one of the world's largest online populations, the government seeks to protect citizens' data, and they reduce dependency on foreign technology. So policies such as 2021 IT rules and proposed data protection laws and high-profile bans on Chinese apps like TikTok, they also demonstrate a commitment to, I think, national control over digital infrastructure. So some supporters argue that these measures encourage domestic innovation and safeguard security after incidents like the 2020 border clashes with China. So critics also say that they warn that, you know, broad takedown powers and traceability requirements, they threaten the privacy and the press freedom. So all of us know about, you know, TikTok's ban, and it was, I think, in 2019 when US security hearings in June 2020, India banned it after the Galwan clash. So the key issue here was data localization, national security, protectionism, and, you know, they set a global precedent for app-based foreign policy. Now, we can talk about Japan and South Korea. If you see how they are tech leaders, and they are both technologically the powerhouses with advanced broadband infrastructure and strong domestic platforms. Yet, you know, their political approaches to digital governance, they diverge. So Japan emphasizes industry self-regulation and internet data flows. It aligns with the role as a global trading hub. But South Korea, meanwhile, enforces more robust privacy protection, and, you know, actively it regulates large technology companies to ensure competition and the user's right. Hong Kong, on the other hand, was once a beacon of press freedom, but in 2020, national security law dramatically altered its media landscape. So if you say the authorities, they used the law's broad provision to arrest journalists, to raid newsrooms, to shut down independent outlets such as Apple Daily, Stand News. So international watchdogs, they report a sharp decline in the press freedom rankings as well. So what happened was, if you read it, in 2020, the law was introduced, broad security offenses, and the closure of these outlets, which I just named, Apple Daily and Stand News. There were some arrests of journalists. There were some diaspora media rise. So the implication was the shifted Hong Kong from semi-autonomous press environment to mainland aligned controls. Facebook, another example is Facebook and Myanmar. So Facebook and Myanmar, the background was that, Facebook's dominance made it de facto internet inadequate. But the crisis was basically hate speech and misinformation, which escalated the anti-Rohingyas violence in 2016 and 2017. So after the coup, social media became both a resilience tool and a hub for scam centers and organized crime. So the key lesson there was that, the importance of local language moderation, dual, use of nature of connectivity, all these happened. In the Philippines, during the 2016 presidential elections, it coordinated keyboard armies, boosted the campaign through paid social media influencers, and there was a troll farm. So this evolution by 2022, operations personalized, local buzzers monetized Facebook pages, while foreign PR firms provided analytics and ad targeting as well. So this key issue here was the hybrid of domestic operators and offshore consultant. They blurred the accountability. So we can probably talk about the commercial tech and state surveillance. What happened was the global expansion of the surveillance technology at that time. And the mass data analytical tools were used. So this facial recognition system was used. It was called as spyware, where NSO's group and where SenseTime, Clearview AI, they all came into the picture. Then basically, what are the lessons learned from these 6 cases that I just discussed? India, I discussed China, I discussed Japan, Hong Kong, Southeast Asia, I discussed South Korea, I discussed Philippines, I discussed all these 6 cases. So basically, we have to ponder upon points such as sovereignty versus openness, platform power versus responsibility, infrastructure as geopolitics, hybrid threats require hybrid responses, and there is an importance of local context. So these, when you talk about regional alliances and you talk about tech standards, we also talk about the regional alliances which are emerging as critical venues for setting technological standards that influence everything from 5G networks to artificial intelligence, ethics, because groups such as Quad, which is called as India, Japan, Australia and United States, and the Asian digital ministries, they coordinate on cybersecurity norms, supply chain security, cross-border data frameworks. So these have become, these initiatives, they reflect the understanding that no single nation can manage the complexities of digital infrastructure and governance alone. So we have to go hand in hand. We have to have the implications for policy, for journalism, for civil society, for researchers' policy. We have to have the cross-border influence networks, because information flows in Asia, they rarely stop at national borders. And cross-border influence networks, they range from state-sponsored media alliances to clandestine troll farms, and they shape the narratives about the territorial disputes, trade, and regional security as well. when we talk about internet infrastructure as geopolitics, we talk about cables, we talk about 5G networks, we talk about undersea cables, we talk about satellite systems. So how, algorithms and apps, they lies the physical backbone of the internet. So these controls over these infrastructures, they have become a central geopolitical concern, and these nations, they compete to build and secure data cables, while the disputes over 5G equipments, they are already there. So Japan and US collaborate on alternative cable routes to reduce the dependence on Chinese suppliers, and countries like India to Australia, they weigh the economic benefits of Chinese investment against the political security vulnerabilities, and then we decide what to do, which app to ban, which app to continue with. So last but not the least, we have the role of big tech, this Google and Meta and Amazon and Apple, Microsoft. So that they are all key power brokers in Asian geopolitics, and their platforms, they mediate vast flows of information, advertising revenue, and user data. They often surpass the influence of local governments or media. So when we control these app stores, search algorithms, cloud infrastructure, these companies, they shape everything from election discourse to small business survivals. Then I think I should close it by discussing the Asian, digital master plan of 2025. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, it has recognized the need for regional coordination through its digital master plan. And the plan seeks to harmonize regulations, boost the digital skills, build secure cross-border e-commerce and data flows, and they acknowledge that fragmented rules undermine both the growth as well as the security. So this progress is uneven. Singapore and Malaysia, they lead in regulatory sophistication, while less developed members, they face infrastructure and capacity constraints. When we talk about cyber security arms race, I would say there are some incidents of ransomware attacks, state-sponsored espionage, and critical infrastructure breaches. So they have tuned cyberspace into new strategic battlefield. Now, South Korea, for instance, regulatory attributes attacks to North Korea actors, while India and Japan collaborate with US on advanced cyber defense exercises. So, we have CCTV camera networks with facial recognition, with biometric ID programs, mandatory SIM registrations to maintain the security, and we also manage large populations. So when we talk about the media freedom and digital authoritarianism, we talk about China, we talk about, across Asia also, if you see, digital tools have become, double-edged. They empower the independent journalism also, while they provide governments with new methods of control as well. So laws, if you talk about the Thailand's Computer Crime Act and Myanmar's post-coup internet shutdowns, they illustrate how online spaces can be curtailed to suppress dissent. So youth activism is already there, we have seen, and we have Taiwan's case study also of digital resilience, because Taiwan has emerged as a global model for defending democracy in the digital age. There's the We Taiwan initiative. It's called as We Taiwan initiative. It invites citizens to deliberate on policy online, and while rapid response face fact-checking groups like CoFacts, crowdsource verification of viral claims. Then, if you talk about the future of 5G and 6G competition, the rollout of 5G networks, it has already transformed connectivity. And the new frontier 6G, it promises the ultra low, latency and AI-driven networks, with Japan, with India, joining early research consortia to shape the standards and intellectual property landscape. media education and digital literacy is a must. So media literacy is a must. We all understand when I was talking about Indian media landscape. I was talking about the legacy media. But who is owning these media houses today? That's a big question. Whether, corporatization is happening, so corporates are owning media houses, politicization is happening, political parties and political leaders are owning media houses. The richest man of India, Mukesh Ambani, owning the Network 18 group. The second richest man of India, Adani, owning the NDTV. So there's a whole lot of lists where political leaders and political parties owning different media houses in India. So the dynamics is the media dynamics, the media landscape is changing, and how AI, has come in, and how artificial intelligence now influences the public administration from, predictive policing to automated warfare distribution. So the geopolitical dimensions, they emerge in the race of in a race to develop and export the AI standards, basically. So China's state-led AI strategy seeks global leadership, while Japan and South Korea, they push for ethics-driven framework, which is aligned with OECD principles. So if you talk about digital inclusion, there are gender gaps, there's a digital divide. So despite the rapid technological growth, there are significant digital divides that persist across Asia, especially for women, for rural population. There are barriers which include cost, which include cultural norms, which include limited digital skills. When we talk about Indonesia, it has become the digital powerhouse of Southeast Asia, because with a vibrant startup ecosystem which features unicorns like Gojek and Tokopedia. So these governments, 100 smart cities, if you talk about 100 smart cities initiative, aim to integrate e-governance, while its digital economy is projected to surpass in billions. So the scenario is changing, and I would just like to say, conclude it by saying that Asia's digital landscape could follow divergent paths. An open cooperation scenario envisions harmonized data standards, strong privacy protections, and robust regional alliances which enable the innovation and inclusive growth. So scenario planning also helps, policymakers, businesses, educators, and they anticipate these possibilities and design, flexible strategies. So what are the key takeaways? It's basically that Asia, when you talk about Asian geopolitics, it stands at the intersection of technology and geopolitics, and where decisions about infrastructure, about regulations, about rights, they will shape all the global digital order. And in this age of digital disruption, it's not merely a technological era, it is a geopolitical epoch. So Asia's experiences show that technology can empower citizens, they can drive economic growth, they can enhance the diplomacy, yet it also introduces new vulnerabilities and ethical dilemmas. So understanding this duality is essential for media professionals, for media students, for policymakers, for scholars like you, and all of us together. Thank you so much.
I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Professor Surbi Dahiya for...
Is there any questions? So I'll take a question if you have, else I think I've taken so much time. You can proceed to the others.
So, from this confused state of affairs, what do you think the way out for the media?
So, as I told that, one, we have to, for example, if we talk about Indian media, do you think, Joe sir, there's a need for third press commission? So we are divided on that. Yeah. So there's no particular way out. It's just our media education and digital literacy and media literacy that we should be, well versed with what is happening and how it is happening and why is it happening, to understand how it is happening. Right? Like I just talked about ownership patterns in India, how corporatization is happening, how politicization is happening. So the layman doesn't know that X channel is owned by so-and-so person. So if he knows, then the scenario becomes clearer that, okay, this news is coming in all the 18 channels. Why is it coming? Because it's owned by one person, right? So similarly, if we talk about the need of third press commission, do we really need a third press commission? We had first press commission and second press commission, I think 60 years back, right? So now, do we need a third press commission? Some people will say yes, we need it. Some people will say no, we don't need it because we are good with self-regulation. But self-regulation, what is self-regulation? It's self-regulation. No, how much you are regulating. You can regulate less also, you can regulate more also. So there's no particular way out. It's just to understand and make the media educators and media scholars aware of what is the situation, and in particularly with Asian geopolitics, what is the situation in particular country that I tried to brief you out. So somebody would say, okay, an authoritarian society is, government is more effective, like in China. So the similar cannot be replicated, couldn't be replicated in Nepal, right? So then the dynamics are different. Like every individual is different. Your personality is different, my personality is different, because you come from a different background, I come from a different background, our schools are different, our parents are different, our culture is different, our schooling is different, our parenting is different, our peer group is different. Similarly, every country is different, right? So what works for one might not work for the other, right? So, but the best thing is to be digitally literate, to be media literate, to know what is happening and why it is happening and what are the factors that are basically responsible for such a scenario. Any other question?
One more question regarding even after we are facing the corporatization, the politicization of the media. Apart from that, I think the new media, which you referred rightly as the fifth state, is also influencing the narrative of the mainstream media.
Yes,
mainstream media
definitely.
to some extent is afraid of the repercussions that are going to happen in the social media in connection with their reporting, their narrative.
True. So what's the question? I mean, you are saying that the media, we all are affected by the fifth media.
Yes,
we all are affected by the news that is coming in the arena of new media.
In that context, I think we refer fifth state media as fifth state because as the voice of the people, but it is increasingly become the voice of a selected few, be it cyber operatives of certain political parties or the weaponized media. You said about the weaponized social media used by different rival countries or as propaganda. So it has increasingly becoming a space of those people rather than the voice of the people.
Yeah.
So is it right to call new media now as fifth state?
Yeah, we are, in many books you will read new media is basically, should we call it new media or should we call it digital journalism or online journalism? Because I don't know what new is left, because new media we used this term when this media started. So we are saying it as digital journalism. Now again, I come back to my answer of the first question. For example, Meta. Who is the owner of WhatsApp? Who is the owner of WhatsApp? Who is the owner of Meta? Who is the owner of X? So consolidation is also taking place. No? When consolidation is, so right now our market is oligopolistic. Oligopolistic means when few players are dominating the market, right? But consolidation happens. So the lines are blurring. So when consolidation will happen, and if one person becomes an owner of 20 channels or 30 channels, then what will happen is that the consolidation, convergence is happening. So then he is the deciding factor on what is going in the mainstream media in all these channels. So plurality of news is decreasing. Heterogeneity of news is coming down. It's all becoming homogeneous. Because if you are banning one news to appear on a channel, then it will not appear in all those 30 channels. So there is a loss of heterogeneity of news, loss of plurality of news. So voices become lesser. Similarly, in new media, the ownership patterns, if you study, who has purchased WhatsApp? Who is the owner of X? What else they are planning to purchase, right? So similarly, there are some policies in India and some other countries also that if they do not align with the national security, they have to take it down, right? So what they have to take it down, how they can, I referred to troll farms also. So how they are trolling some, but at the same time, there are journalists who, if not allowed in the mainstream media, they will write on their own blogs. So there are influencers, there are blogs. That is why we call it a fifth state, because there is some freedom at the individual capacity also to write something, to express something. If you are not able to write it in the mainstream media, you are doing a job for somebody and their policy don't align with your news, so you can write a blog, right? So these things are happening. That is why we're calling it as a fifth state. But we need to know digitally, in media literacy, you call it, or digital literacy, you call it, or you call it as the knowledge about the ownership patterns, the consolidation in media, somewhere, authoritarian regime. And if it is libertarian, then how libertarian it is. So we need to know these dynamics in every country, in all the Asian countries. And if you know the media of that country and how politics is being affected by that media narrative, how narratives are being built, right? How, you say a false thing for 100 times, people will start thinking it is the truth. So if 100 different people sitting here are paid, I pay them 1,000 rupees each, and all of them will write the same thing on their platforms. So people are going to start believing this is the truth. So if you say it 100 times, sometimes it becomes the truth. That's why these terms like post-truth. Yeah. Any other? Any student question? All right, then I take it as you've understood everything. Yeah. So thank you so much. And over to you, Jobin.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you are requested to take your place. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Professor Surbi Dahiya for delivering an insightful and thoughtful, provoking presentation. Our sincere appreciation to all participants for their thoughtful inquiries.
As a token of our deep respect and gratitude, we would like to present a memento to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Surbi Dahiya, for sharing insightful thoughts and valuable time with us. May I kindly invite Professor Dr. Jobin Joy, convener of the program, to come forward and present the memento to Dr. Surbi Dahiya. I kindly invite Ms. Lindsay Joseph, Assistant Professor from the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, to hand over the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Surbi Dahia. This gesture symbolizes our heartfelt appreciation. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting this token of our gratitude. It's my privilege to invite Ms. Lindsay Joseph, esteemed Assistant Professor from the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, to propose the vote of thanks.
Respected personalities, honor of the dais, esteemed faculty members and dear participants. On behalf of the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of you for gracing the inaugural session of this two-day national conference. We are deeply thankful to our chief guest, Dr. Surbi Dahia, for her insightful address on media at the crossroads, redefining Asian geopolitics in the age of digital disruptions. Your perspectives have provided us with a deeper understanding of the dynamic role of media in shaping contemporary geopolitical narratives. Your insights have given us a sharp understanding of the contemporary challenges faced by media across the globe and set the perfect tone for deliberation in the sessions to come. Thank you, ma'am, for your grateful words. We sincerely thank Dr. Joshi Matthew, our principal in charge, for his presidential address and continuous support to the department. Thank you, sir. We also thank Mr. Shobin Matthew, Head of the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, for his guidance and leadership that has made this event possible. Thank you, sir. We are grateful to our convener, Dr. Jobin Joy, for his meticulous planning and tireless efforts in bringing together this two-day conference, and for presenting an introduction to the academic scope of the event. Thank you, sir. We are grateful to our distinguished guests for the felicitations, Mr. Sanup Kumar, PV, Reverend Father George Carlyle, and Reverend Father Chako Chelambarambat. Your presence has greatly enriched the occasions. Thanks to all. I also extend thanks to all our session chairs, distinguished plenary and technical session speakers, for agreeing to share their knowledge with us in the coming days. A special word of appreciation goes to our visiting delegates and paper presenters representing various colleges and universities across the country, especially to Dr. Sabna M.S., Director, EMRC University of Mysore, Mr. Josh Kurian, Correspondent on Malayalam Manorama News Portal, Mr. Anish M. Das, Assistant Professor, NMSM Government College, Calcutta, Dr. Smita E.K., Head of the Department of Journalism, NMSM Government College, Calcutta, and Dr. Seena Johnson, Assistant Professor, Journalism, Don Bosco College, Kannur. Your participation adds great academic value to this gathering, and we hope your presence leads to fruitful interactions and collaborations. Thanks to all. We sincerely thank our faculty colleagues, non-teaching staff, and above all, our dear student volunteers whose efforts behind the scenes have ensured the smooth conduct of this inaugural session. Finally, to all the participants, delegates from near and far, we extend our gratitude for choosing to be with us. You represent the academic vibrancy and intellectual curiosity that give true meaning to conferences like this, and we wish you an enriching and memorable experience over the next 2 days. On behalf of the organizing committee, I once again thank each and everyone for your esteemed presence and participation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable words. We kindly request all delegates and all the participants to avail themselves of a refreshment break for 10 minutes. It is respectfully requested that everyone return punctually after allowed time to resume the program on time.
Now, let's have a tea break. Tea break will be 10 minutes and come back to here. Tea will be available next to the venue 213, room number 213. All are requested to enter the youth while also keeping national interest. In mind, our speakers will offer some key insights on these challenging topics. We are honored to have Dr. Sapna MS, Director of MNRC, University of Mysore, who will be on session chair and guide on discussion. Our first speaker is Mr. Josh Kurian, correspondent at On Manorama. He will be speaking on corporatization of media in citizen journalism, a better defense. This talk will explore whether journalism by ordinary people can stand up to the influence of big media companies. NMS Government College, Kalpata, Wayanad. His talk, Strategic Silence and Selective Empathy, Media Framing of Conflicts and Wars, will show us how media can use silence and selective focus of influence over view on conflicts. This session promises to be a very interesting and important discussion. Dr. Sapna MS is a professor and the director in charge of the EMRC at the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, University of Mysore. She holds a PhD in journalism, 4 gold medals and 3 cash prizes. Dr. Sapna MS has a long history of teaching experience at the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication at the University of Mysore, where currently serves as a professor. Her expertise covers a wide range of topics including electronic media, corporate communication, and so on. She also has an experience writing articles for national daily newspaper. Dr. Sapna has a strong background in research throughout her career. Dr. Sapna has received several notable awards and fellowship. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Sapna MS to take the stage and begin his important session. And I would like to invite Josh Kurian sir and Anish sir to take the seat.
A very good afternoon and all. First and foremost, I would like to thank the college for having us here and also to be a part of this two-day work conference on media platforms and Asian geopolitics, opportunities and challenges. It's always a pleasure to address the students, especially of our journalism, because we see the future in your development and in your responsibilities, because you will be carrying on the mantle of being a responsible journalist in the future, be it politics, be it on health, or be it on any kind of categories of topics what do people want to specialize in. And it's always good to come back to the place where the academia has always been given more importance, and we have been seeing as the early morning speakers were speaking about how the Department of Journalism, especially in your college, have been faring very well. And we could see the kind of enthusiastic faculty members who are here, because the interest, the kind of creativity, and also the kind of what you call it, should say, a responsible thing is being given to you people by the teachers here, and I'm very happy. And this kind of conferences, and I was also hearing from your senator that he said that these kind of activities are happening very much in your college, which is a very good thing. Journalism should not be restricted only to the classroom or only to the classroom teaching theoretically, but at the same time involving the students and also getting the perspectives of how the journalism education has fared to beyond the classrooms, and getting an exposure of these kind, we coming and speaking to you people, or we getting to know a lot of things from you people matters a lot. It's a growing kind of a thing. I don't see, maybe we are on the other side of the table where we are the teachers, where we are the professors, but we learn every day. Okay, we are with the students every now and then. We know your psycho, we know what the kind of quality of. Once again, thank the management and the authority for bringing us here, and also making this a very good platform for interaction, for deliberations, which is a very much needed one. And that is what the journalism is all about. We want you people to have different kinds of food for thought for you people, where you people can learn a lot of things. And also not only about learning, it's also about coming out with the ideas, coming out your ideas, sharing your views, because that is what the learning is all about. And thank you, Jubin, for having us here. And as you all know, the responsibility which is being given to me is to be chairing a session on the ethics of reporting geopolitics conflict, balancing objectivity with national interest. Since morning, we all have been bombarded with the kind of thoughts, what geopolitics is all about. Dr. Surabhi Dahiya dwelt upon the very deep insight into how geopolitics, especially in the Asian perspective, has changed. What are the important things we need to know? And as journalists, what are the things? So this is the other kind of a thing where we'll be dealing with how responsible a journalist should be. What are the important ethics a journalist need to follow with all these kind of bombardment happening across the globe, and with the technological interventions, with the internet, with the divided kind of a mindset, with divided kind of ideologies which are there, which have been figuring out in the internet or maybe on the social media, how well a journalist can play a role. It is very difficult because each and every one of us are individuals. We are from different background, we have different ideologies, we are torn between these kind of things. But being a responsible citizen, you know, a journalism profession is a very kind of a profession which gives, not only gives the news, it not only gives the information, you are the opinion makers. What we write, what we show, what we discuss, or what you people post on the social media or any for that matter on the media platforms does have an impact. So we need to be very responsible. Are we responsible in our duty? So now let's listen from the people who are there in the industry, who have been striving a lot, who are being divided. Okay, the ethics is one side. The pressure, as we know about the corporatization, okay, you have the people at the helm of affairs who are not journalists, who are not at all a journalist. They are just business people. Given in this context, the money flow, the business models, whatever is happening in India, being one of the places where the media is booming every now and then. Just 2 days back, there was an ABC report, Audit Bureau of Circulation has released a report which says that there is an increase. Everybody says people are not reading newspapers. In the morning when Dr. Surabhi asked you people a simple question, how many of you read the newspaper? Just hardly 2 or 3 hands went up. Fine, that's not a thing, because you will be getting the news from different platforms, well and good. But the Audit Bureau of Circulation says that there has been an increase of 2.77% in the increase of the newsprint. That means people still believe in the traditional newspaper. So these are some of the trends which you need to know as students of journalism, and how responsibly you need to get on to the job when you people finish your degree and get back to the profession. So today we have with us 2 important speakers, Mr. George Kurian, who has been the correspondent and Malayalam Manorama news portal English, who will be speaking on the title Corporatization of Media, Is Citizen Journalism a Better Defense? He'll be sharing his thoughts along with his experiences. And also we have Mr. Anish Das, Assistant Professor in SM College, Government College, Calcutta, who will be speaking on strategic silence and selective empathy, media framing of conflicts and wars. So before getting on to this, there are many things. I was shocked when Surabhi posed a question on misinformation and disinformation. I think, Jobin, you should have some workshops, because there are loads of workshops which we have been conducting on Factshala. It's not that students are not aware of it. Maybe they are aware. Maybe there is a need for them to have much more in-depth kind of a training, which can be done even online also. So that is an add-on creativity and add-on idea for the students. So the thing is, how the reporting has to be taken place, as I told you, especially when you're reporting in a country like India, which is a democratic setup. We say it's a democratic setup, but are we truly democratic? The postings on social media, or maybe a write-up on a national newspaper or a magazines, what are the kind of repercussions we are having? Because it is very sensitive. When you look into the thing, there are people, there is culture, there is economics involved, there is politics involved. Each and everything has to be dealt very sensitively. The nuances has to be taken care by the journalist. It's not only about reporting the thing which is happening. You just go, you see something and you report something. But as a journalist, you also have to have many responsibilities. You need to look into the larger picture. You need to take into consideration not only what you feel or what you want to write, but at the same time, what is the repercussion of that particular news report which is going to have. The thing again, the Nepali, which is a very fresh case study what you have with us. Or maybe the Afghan incidents where many people have been killed. The Kashmir issue, the Pandits who are there. Okay, there are a lot of things which has been written, which has been dealt in the social media. You get different perspectives. People write in their own way. They have their own perspectives. People in Kashmir have a different story to tell. Outside Kashmir, we have a different story to tell. But in this melee, what is the role of a journalist? How responsible a journalist should be? What are the things he needs to learn? When you are getting into these kind of reporting, especially political reporting, so what are the things you need to learn? Let's hear from Mr. Jose, who has been a very experienced journalist. With his case study and with his experience, he'll be able to explain us much more better. And let's look forward. Anyway, I'll take a pause here. So let's allow the speakers to put forward. The house will be open for questions. But I expect more questions from the students, because this whole platform is mainly decided and dedicated only for you people. We are here sharing our experiences, sharing our knowledge, so that you people can become much more. We know that you are 10 steps ahead of us in terms of technology. But that technology is not the only thing which is going to run or which is going to rule the industry in the future. So you need to have more and more information. A good quality information is what which is being needed, and hopefully these kind of discussions will add more food for thought for you, which will make you think, and will also make you which will also give you a particular path where you people can develop your career in a very better manner. Now I call upon Mr. Jose Kurian to present his thoughts on corporatization of media. Is citizen journalism a better defense? You will have 20 minutes of time to present your thoughts. Later on we'll take up sir, then later on we'll have the question and answer at the end of the session. Thank you. And they say that there are 7 trillion nerves in the human body, and the more loudly you people clap, it gets activated. So you need to be clapping more hard.
Now I would like to welcome Mr. Jose Kurian, correspondent on Manorama Malayalam portal. Mr. Jose Kurian hold a B.Ed and a PG in English. Also have a postgraduate diploma in journalism from Press Club in Trivandrum. His journalism career began in 1998 as a business and political observer, and he worked as a correspondent for PTI in Wayanad.
Finished. Thanks for the elaborate introduction. So this is we are in an era which is very complex when we regard the media, because we decide earlier we decided the news, newsmen decided the news, the structure of news. We decided the lead of the news, and we also decided what should go to the print and what should go to the go to air. But today, when we join the newspaper, when you people join the newspaper, you will be getting a set of guidelines which says that you should be in tune with these guidelines. That means your freedom to report also is limited. Earlier, when I had joined Deccan Chronicle, I am happy that Shikha, my friend in those days, was here. So in those days, we were told, you please off your hands from 3 groups, 3 business groups, only 3 business groups. And you can train your guns on any other business group, any other politician, and all those things. But nowadays, we are not that much free, because we receive a set of guidelines which insist that we should behave like this, and our reporting should be like this, and we should avoid certain things, and we should also in tune with certain kind of behavior. So it was not that total freedom. And when we started during the freedom struggle, we have our origin, the media, it has its origin in the freedom struggle. In those days, media was part of the freedom struggle. We say Indian media has its baptism in the freedom struggle. So media personalities, they done double roles. On one hand, they are freedom fighters. They collected news. They collected propaganda material. They planned things for the things against the ruling regime, the colonial regime. Then they also participated in the struggle. And gradually, they also became news reporters of newspapers. They contributed to newspapers. They also owned and operated newspapers. You can have many names. K.P. Keshav was there. Then Wakam Abdul Qadir Maulvi was there. And many newspapers, Madhubhumi was there, which has its origin in the freedom struggle. And it was the first layer of set of citizen journalism. Because they were citizens, they worked for the citizens. We, the media, it was the slogan. And gradually, and in those days, if we look into the national politics, Mahatma Gandhi was there. Jawaharlal Nehru, he was also there. And when Gandhi has written an article, Gandhi in his Young India, this article will be reproduced in many newspapers in the coming days. It was like that when the train starts from Delhi or Mumbai, the newspaper would reach one major state like Vijayawada or Thiruvananthapuram or Madras. When the train arrives there, the newspaper will be collected by the newsmen. They will take it to the editorial. They will analyze the news. And they will reproduce it. The life of news was many days, many weeks. So it took for 4, 5, 6 days to reach a newspaper with the article of Jawaharlal Nehru or Mahatma Gandhi to reach Chennai or Trivandrum. And the life of news was 6 days, 7 days, things was like that. And later, in the 90s, and the beginning of this century, what happened was the internet came. How many years old is the internet? Bit more than your age. 20? 30 years? It's just 90s. Started in 90s, but it's popularized in the beginning of this century, 2000, 2003, 2004. When there was the Mutanga agitation. Have you heard of Mutanga agitation? It was in 2003 in Wayanad. The landless tribals of Wayanad, they agitated for land and they encroached into the Wayanad Wildlife Sanctuary. And in those days, media, news, it was a tough period. How to send news, how to collect news. We walked from Sultan Bathery to travel from Sultan Bathery to Mutanga every day and collected news, went into the jungle and visited the tribal families and collected news, and we went back and we gave the news by phone because the internet was very slow. It took 1 hour to 2 hours to be connected in the internet. Can you think of it now? Almost some of you maybe even now would be connected, surfing the news in some portals. So it was the period that we were worked through. So I still remember there was one internet cave in Sultan Bathery. It was something like Sanctum Sanctorum. We will keep all our slippers outside and we will went into the internet cave and we'll starting surfing for 1 hour or 2 hours to be connected with the Calicut office when I was in Express. So, and in those days, the most important tool of the day also was missing on those days. What was the most important, most enduring tool of the day we will always keeping in our hands? Mobile phones. Can you think of an era while reporting we were without mobile phones? Nobody can live without mobile phones today. So in those era, when a BBC team from Bangalore, they arrived for reporting the tribal agitation, and we local journalists, some people from Calicut and others in Calcutta, we were looking for, with wonderstruck, we were looking at the mobile phones these people were wielding in their hands, and luckily they were not enjoying with the signals. Because Wayanad has no signals, only the mobile phones. So we were much stronger than them. So from such kind of an era, we jumped into a different era. After 2010, we are exposed to many things. The internet has become something like very much popular, very much accessible, and it also helped an explosion of media houses, small scale media houses. Any group can start a media house on their own. Then came the WhatsApp and all those things, and now every person is the source of a media. So when we speak this, it has been aired into the globe, and it has been collected by many, it is seen by many, it can be sourced by many. So every person is a source of media now. And every person is a journalist. Every citizen is a journalist. So what is the problem with that? What are the strengths and weaknesses? And strengths, nobody can prevent anything. Nobody can prevent anything. News. So have you come across a piece of news which said selling news from Assam, a visual from Assam, which says almost 32 lakh bigas have been sold out, have been leased out for the Adani group. A conversation from a courtroom which says that the judge asks, "Madam, are you saying that the 32 bigas are selling given to the Adanis or the Ampanis?" And the advocate says, "Yes, madam. Yes, sir. We needs that." So the the judge says, "It's almost an entire district." So this piece of information, it will appear only in the social networking sites, only maybe in Wire or something else. The Wire, as our keynote speaker told in the inaugural session, the Wire, which was started by Siddhartha Varadarajan, he was the executive editor of the Hindu group. So apart from Wire or some news portals or news groups like that, no other mainstream media report such things. So only at this point, we can contribute as citizen journalists. We can be more responsible for own reporting things. So have you heard of this Dhruv Rathi? There's a news portal of Dhruv Rathi. He's a citizen journalist, but he's based at Berlin. And likewise, there are many young people who contribute to the flow of journalism, who also control the flow of journalism. Normally, earlier, newspaper houses would be waiting for up to 11 o'clock or 11:30 for designing their pages. So the day's work would be decided only by 11:30. But today, what happened was, any design would be toppled, destroyed by a news break on the social media. So if a new visual appears on the social media, it will go viral at any time. If it depends on its content, and it can be absorbed by the entire media groups, either as news channels or newspapers or other platforms. Recently, I was viewing the television channel, and there was a visual of a leopard walking on in a residential area. And there was nothing when we come to in the Wayanad scenario. It is not a big thing, because during night hours the leopards would be walking and CCTV cameras would be absorbing it and it will be restoring it. But when in the next morning, when the house owner started surfing the visuals, he came across the leopard walking around his home, and he just aired it to a friend, and that friend at the next moment shared it with a media friend, and the media friend at the moment uploaded it to his news group. And within no time, the leopard walking around his home has been on the news channel. So I just called this man and asked him, it is very usual in Wayanad. So what he says was, Cheta, some others will do. So I will have to run behind that. So what the life of news has been reduced to nil. At any moment, something happens at a moment, the moment it becomes news. So earlier we waited for hours, days for collecting news, disseminating news. When our the Twin Tower attack, what was that? During the World Trade Center attack, you remember, some of you may remember, World Trade Center attack was the attack happened. In the Asian office, the corporate office at Trivandrum, there were 3 desks. One is the local media desk, one is the national desk, and one is the international desk. And few people sitting there having tea and looking at the happenings of the world. They saw one flight hitting at one tower of the World Trade Center. So first scroll went into the air. World Trade Center flight hit at the one of the towers of World Trade Center. The first scroll went to the channel. Then what happened was, within few minutes, next flight hit at the next tower. So at the point that they had that feeling that it was not an accident, it was a terrorist attack. So the next scrolling was World Trade Center under attack. So it was it was after reporting from reported by a person from New York, aired it from there, then analyzed by somebody, and decided by the desk. And nowadays, if something happens somewhere, in no time, we have that information in the social media. So, in that context, the role of citizen journalists are very important, because we are living in an era where we are watched. We are watched, entirely watched, 24/7 we are watched. What we do in the internet, if it is against the state, if it has something questioning the state, if it has some feeling, there is some feeling that it is anti-patriotic, you will be watched, you will be hooked, you will be tried, and you will be finished. Because today's journalism, the state is not free from media. The state is the media. Because the state runs by, controlled by the industrialists, the corporate houses that owns the media. We are here on a day when the newspapers in front line on their front pages aired a news, Vantara is clear. Headlines goes like that. Who raised the allegations against Vantara? We raised. Who constituted the committee against Vantara? We constituted. Who enquired it? Our SIT enquired it. And we who have given the clean sheet? We gave the clean sheet. So in the social, when we go through the social media, beware that the allegations. I mean, anybody come across some scams related to Prime Minister, judges, then our Finance Minister, and many dignitaries? Anybody come across some scams related to them, allegations against them? Means anybody can tell anything against anybody. That was the situation in the social media. So only the social media is the right tool to defend, but the social media has been reduced to nil, because anybody can tell anything in the social media, provided it should be controlled by in tune with the whims and fancies of those who control the media. നമ്മൾ ഡിസൈഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നതനുസരിച്ച് സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ ചലിക്കും. So when we have this Sindoor campaign, recent Sindoor campaign, Operation Sindoor, who cried for the Justice for India campaign, and who started the revenge campaign, and anybody asked why these people, how these people came into India and did such heinous crimes in India? Anybody asked for an investigation into the whole episode, how these terrorists came to such a place, and who allowed the terrorists to walk free, and even in a state like Jammu and Kashmir, when you will be checked, stopped and checked and counter-checked by a set of police personnel, army personnel at every turn of the road. And at a tourism spot, where the very previous day, when many dignitaries, including judges from the High Court of Kerala, visited, and there were not even a single armed person to check or ensure their safety. So there are many questions. If you ask these questions in social media, and if you are loud, and if you are clear and you are hitting, definitely you will be getting something you may not expect. So that is the thing. The social media has a lot of limitations. You can ask questions, but when you ask questions, you will be heading for a trouble. And in such a situation, if you are citizen journalists, your duty is first you have to assess. You have to assess the importance of news, the importance of the media, because how we can assess the quality of news. So if we consider the traditional news report platforms, take the newspapers. In newspapers, there are many gatekeeping elements. There are the reporter who will assess a news before taking it and sending it to the editorial. And there are the bureau chief who assess a news and select a news. And there is the news editor who again evaluate a news before sending it to the print. And there is the editor who finally clears how much news should be taken, how should it go into the newspaper, and how much space can be allotted for it. And all these gatekeeping steps are missing in this kind of social media platforms. So this kind of media should be refined. Only it should be refined and before using as a tool for social resistance. It can be easily used as a social resistance, but only if it is refined, it can be used as a tool. And one more thing, educate yourself. Because without educating us, in the inaugural session, Madam said, we should be aware of who owns a media house. Because it has been controlled by the entire corporate world. So when a news comes, we should realize that the origin of the news is from such a person, from such a media house, and from and the interest of the media group. Then only we can analyze a news and accept or reject a news. So I think time is up. Yeah, 20 minutes almost. So I think it's time for us to rethink, and I am ready to answer your questions. That is will be better for the discussions, and I'm happy that you are here, and I got a chance to interact with you, and thank you for your time, valuable time. And I will be sharing my thoughts if you have any doubts in the discussion session. Thank you for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable information that you have provided to us. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Anish M. Das. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Mass Communication, Journalism with extensive qualification. He is an active academic and media professional who holding key positions such as a member of various board of studies.
Respected Chair Dr. Swapna MS, fellow speaker and senior journalist Jose Kurin, respected academics, renowned academics like Surabhi Madam, my dear colleagues and students. So I'll restrict my presentation entirely to the key topic that we are discussing, that is geopolitics and the ethics of reporting and the challenges that we face primarily with regard to objectivity and national interest. So before I start, since I am pitted against a journalist, a senior journalist, people will be expecting me to be critical about media and fiercely attack the reporting of media, but I would like to start with something else. One thing I felt when Joseph was saying about man-animal conflict, I have heard from my senior when I joined a media house. My seniors used to tell me, this is not verified, that's why I am quoting them. Earlier, when 10 years back, whenever there was a tiger attack in some part of our eastern parts of Kerala, they never mentioned tiger. They used to say it was a leopard attack. Because at that time, in southern India, we had Veerappan and poaching was very rampant. And what we used to do, if there is some mention about a tiger in one particular area, the poachers will immediately come there. And so environmentally conscious journalists back then never referred. They kept aside their objectivity and they gave importance to more important environmental issues. So that means sometimes it is not about objectivity. My students who are present here would know me when I take reporting classes. I repeatedly say that we are not behind truth. Journalists are not the persons who provide truth. In fact, what we do is provide the best available version of truth. We don't provide truth, we provide the best available version of truth. And one more thing, I did an introspection. I thought I would speak more about Operation Sindoor, and that would be my case study. Then I thought, since he also pointed out there are so much restrictions that we have, then I thought I would also speak about something else like maybe India-Pakistan cricket match, or maybe even something broader like climate change. So I think I will mix everything together. But before that, what I did was I did an introspection. I just went and did a detailed literature search on Operation Sindoor. I mean, literature search, students may be knowing, research studies about Operation Sindoor. And there was no, I didn't want to use any VPN. I had access even to Pakistani literature. And there were some studies that were very interesting. No? Look at this one. Operation Sindoor. This is from Pakistan Social Science Review. Operation Sindoor. India's media black propaganda and fake news tactics, their impact on public and international perception. Okay, back to Indian peer-reviewed journal. We have different, a strategic illusion. How did Islamabad spin the global narrative on Operation Sindoor? These are research studies. We even have very interesting topics like one I found, yes, here is it. An analysis of Operation Sindoor as the manifestation of ancient Indian strategic thought. So we had very different kind of research coming out within these few months. There have been lots of literature about Operation Sindoor, and you can see the academics is seen as a scientific institution. The research is seen as something, self-correcting mechanism is there, and even there we see lot of biased, lot of narrative pointed to one direction. So it is the academics are also equally or even more guilt when compared to media houses with regard to this objectivity issue. Okay, we are also equally guilty. So from there, I will now start my criticism on media. Okay. So before that, I'll give a conceptual foundation for what I am trying to tell. Primarily, I will look into two aspects. One is strategic silence, and then there is selective empathy. Strategic silence, I think we see it practiced more and more by our political leaders these days. Actually, it is a good tactic. For a positive connotation, to give it a positive connotation, it will be something like it is a rhetorical practice involving intentional withholding of speech or information. That is a simple definition. And to use it positively, it will be a very purposeful, deliberate choice employed to achieve a specific goal. For example, in crisis communication, when there is some crisis going on, people will keep silence for a moment rather than committing. India actually did that. During this Operation Sindoor, India, none of the officials, not our Prime Minister, Foreign Minister, they didn't go to press, they didn't go to international media. But what the Pakistan did was their foreign minister went to the international media and he made comments. It backlashed. The media, Pakistan was ridiculed by the international media. International media really grilled the foreign minister, and what India did was strategic silence. But that is a careful, no, that is a deliberate attempt, which is a wise attempt, but it is not always positive. Strategic silence means you can remain silent for 2 years, and then after 2 years you can go to a particular place where we had a very serious civil issue. So that can also happen. So this is being practiced by political leaders. I hope you can understand what I'm saying. With all the restrictions we have, I think it is better that I coin these things like this, okay? And then there is selective empathy. Selective empathy is another term, a concept rooted in psychological and sociological research which describe human inclination to feel empathy and more readily and strongly to individuals and groups perceived as similar to oneself. Okay? You must have all seen our media warmongering during the India-Pakistan standoff. And the same people who went on streets against war, when war broke out between Ukraine and Russia, when war broke out between, when Israel attacks Palestine, we all go out and say, no war, we want peace. And when suddenly India and Pakistan are fighting, the narrative changes. We all want war. Everyone wants to be part of the war. We want our army to excel, and we are no longer peace seekers. Okay, so what happened with Pahalgam attack is that it was instantly compared to the rest of the Kashmir issue, the fight between India and Pakistan. Pahalgam attack had something for us. We had something more close because there were victims from all parts of the country. There were victims just like you and me. So that kind of narrative was going on. Everyone wanted that revenge to be taken. Yes. So was it good or bad? I'm not going to answer that, but I feel the audience must think about it. Whether should we, should the media have told us that we should be thinking about the civilians across the border? We should be thinking about world peace. We should be thinking about the regional peace. We should be thinking about economic issues. Or should media have done what they did? What is your opinion? What should have we done? What should have the media done? Okay, better not to comment. At least in public. Okay. Yes, yes. So more about some more theory. That's better. I will stick more on theory. So statistic silence is a tool to remain ambiguity, and it will give us more control. We can later comment later. We can take time. We can take 1 year, 2 years, and later when the things are settled down, we can make comments. Okay. That means you can omit certain very important information. There may be misinformation or disinformation or malinformation going on, and we can remain silent. We don't correct the information that is going, and we keep on moving ahead with the popular narrative. The morning we were discussing about the fifth estate, and I would like to add one thing. Mainstream media is increasingly being afraid of being criticized by the social media. Because something, if any media at the time of Operation Sindoor had been critical about the actions by the government of India, immediately that particular media house, whatever their political standards, whatever their affiliations are, whatever group they support, so immediately we will pick all those things, and social media will be on fire. So this kind of media bashing I think most of the mainstream media today is afraid of. And also, what our media did during this time, in fact, most of the time what we do in general when it comes to such debates is we simplify the narrative. Simplification means good and evil, black and white. That means in fact, most often, for example, even when we say about the media's role in, when we speak about fake news, fake information that is being spread by mainstream media, we say that particular newspaper is 100% wrong. Malayalam Manorama is absolutely wrong. There are people who say Madhurumi is absolutely wrong. Deshavmani is absolutely wrong. That kind of narrative is, it never happens. It never happens. The system is such that we cannot have 100% wrong information. We also cannot have 100% true information. That is, news business is a little more complex, a little more sophisticated than this black and white or evil or good narrative. Similarly, when it comes to any conflict, any geopolitical conflict, any war, any battle, it is not always good and bad. There are more nuances to the fight. There is historical reasons. There are several other political, external influences from other nations, prominent nations like US, Russia. Their involvement is always there. So it is complex. We cannot say good and bad. That narrative is actually not good. And then there is also what media mostly forgot or are forgetting. It's not just a case of Indian media, it's a case of every other nation who is in war, every party, every newspaper or media organization of any country, they are doing this right now. Generally what we call in media, whenever there is a conflict and war, the basic, one of the basic ethics that guidelines we have to follow is to minimize harm. Minimize harm principle has to be followed. It's a core tenet of journalism ethics. And what happened in this case, I'm not elaborating on this. Did we actually practice minimize harm? That is again for you to think upon. Then the conflict frame we built during the Indo-Pak standoff or Operation Sindoor was basically done by not any media gatekeepers, not social media, but prominently by the government machinery itself. So that is again another issue. The narrative was something like zero terrorism policy. We are what is it? Calculated, focused. There's another term. I forgot the term. So that kind of attack is whatever government said was repeated by the media. So the frame was actually set by the authority. So in fact, that is not a practice that has to be encouraged in a liberal, so-called liberal media system like ours. Okay, I think that's enough. We should be more focusing on peace journalism than war journalism. The narrative can go on, but there are national interests always supersedes these things to some extent. But that should not be we should not be more focused on false narrative about patriotism. National interest should be there, but that should have certain boundaries. I think I'll also give few recommendations, especially since most of the audience comprise of students. Some of you might be moving on to be journalists in mainstream media or even activists in social media. Based on the case study that I just presented on the Operation Sindoor, there should be a fundamental shift or proper understanding about our approach to conflict reporting. We should return back to the core principles that guided the journalistic objectivity. There should be a commitment to truthfulness, neutrality, and detachment. And journalists should also consciously resist the pressure. I repeat, journalists should consciously resist the pressure to align with state narratives. മാധ്യമപ്രവർത്തകർ രാഷ്ട്രത്തിൻ്റെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ രാഷ്ട്ര സംവിധാനത്തിൻ്റെ നിലപാടുകളോട് അനുയോജ്യമായി മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുന്നതെന്ന് ബോധപൂർവം മാറി നിൽക്കേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. So I was reiterating the same thing in Malayalam. Also, there requires a professional commitment. What we see right now is not professional journalism being practiced. We are seeing a political act. So, political and commercial interest always happens. As Joe sir said, when he joined one particular media, there were 3 holy cows. He didn't mention the name holy cow, Vishuddha Pashukal. And now everything is, we even journalists don't know who the holy cow is, who should be respected, to whom we are answerable when we write about somebody. Everyone is the better it is to national interest has to be maintained to some extent. So a holistic approach is better, especially during conflicts. And again, back to what our chief guest said, media literacy has to be fostered. Audience has to, and then primarily the better thing to do is, it is not always the blame. It's not always on media or journalists or academicians. The people of the country should also. Media literacy means that also. The people of the country should also have what I should call it. We should encourage them to be critical, to accept criticism, to accept dissent. That we have to train along with media literacy, I believe. I would like to conclude with one mail I received. I think most of you who are following, if anyone is following Guardian newspaper, within last 2 days, most of you must have got an email from their editor, Betsy Bead, regarding, they were asking about, just like few years back we had Wikipedia asking for donations, Guardian was asking for donations. I would like to read the highlighted part of the mail from the Guardian. Guardian, I think most of you know about the newspaper Guardian. Which country is Guardian is published from? Which part of the world? Europe? Yes. What part of Europe? Which country? Which city? London. Yes. UK. So, Guardian has a different model. It is considered as a very independent media because of its ownership, the nature of its ownership. It is published by Scott Trust. Yes, Scott Trust is the owner. Scott Trust is actually, they work with donations. And so, it's just like an independent media. There is no political or external corporate influences. At least that's what they say. And we have seen several great journalism from the part of Guardian over the past years, and they were asking for the contribution to support their efforts in environmental reporting. With the fossil fuel industry emboldened by the support of the world's most powerful governments, journalism is an increasingly critical line of defense for our planet. So what happens, for example, if India is, from tomorrow, India is planning to stop using coal, then immediately India will be in danger of being economically, the economic progress will be immediately disturbed, and we are fighting, we have rivals like China, etc. will be moving forward. So we can't, due to our standoff with these nations, one particular nation cannot take a stand against the pressing issues like climate change. And most governments are, for example, right now, Trump, what is doing, if somebody writes anything, climate in it's about climate change, which constantly fights against people like leaders like Trump, and constantly reports about climate change and the attempts to sabotage the attempts, the activities done by environmental organizations by these major world leaders. So they were asking a donation from the readers, people like us, so that they can continue with the journalism. Most media, independent media outlets are fund crunched. They are being strangulated with FIRs, with legal tussle. And just like we had the same issue with Wire, Siddharth Varadarajan a few years back, he complained about constant strangulation by the, through the legal the cases, the court cases they were facing, and they actually they had no money to fight these cases. So this happens across the world, and we should be supporting independent journalism. And as Sir said, in citizen journalism, along with citizen journalism, I believe independent journalism is also important to fight these during these troubled times. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful section. Thanks to our speakers for the insightful presentation. Now, the floor is open for the questions. I invite the audience to keep questions brief and address them to specific speakers where possible.
So it's not a question, it's an observation. Is this term national interest, it's a deceiving term. No, because who decides the interest of the nation, or how come it is being discussed among the scholars or among the academicians or among the media persons, whoever it is? Or who defines or who decides? It's a general perception from the audience, or maybe from a layman perspective I'm asking. Can any of the speakers or even the session chair can address this?
This is the same thing. As he said, I'm asking for the entire audience. The same thing, what is happening, the social media or the media has been manipulated, and there's a feeling that for the general public, several questions, issues have been raised in the social media or the media, planted by certain interests. And as our sir said, I am asking for the sake of the audience. They says they are asking or campaigning for the sake of the people, and says that it is for the public interest, and says this is the interest of the nation, and imposes that interest on the people or on the society. Did you get my point? You said for the sake of the audience is maybe the feeling among the audience, and likewise somebody behind the curtain imposes some kind of an idea or demand or campaign and says that it is for the nation, for the people, and it is for the sake of the people. Did I answer for you? You can still the result. You can try. Maybe you can also try. Yeah.
As far as my concern goes, I always believe in the word information is power, especially for a country like ours, democratic setup, where people are from different background and all. What I always feel is the kind of content what is being propagated on the social media are by the people who don't know what, because I've seen many of the laymen speaking about budget, they speak even on politics, they speak even on defense. So what has happened here is any person who is able to write something, or who has, and we have some dumb followers. For each and everything, somebody writes something, there has been a thing. And there is a kind of people, or there is a group of people, what we always feel, who entice all these kind of things. They want to instigate people, or they want to make an opinion piece, or they want to make an opinion kind of a thing on any one particular small issue. And there is a kind of an herd mentality. With somebody saying something, everybody wants to follow that. This is the reason why I always tell, especially for the youngsters like them, education and information is the power. Until and unless, at least we being journalists, or we being journalism students, or we being teaching the academics as such, we need to disqualify, we need to done away with this herd mentality. At least as students, as journalism students, because it is kind of a thing, it is always there. If one says something, everybody would say it's right. Okay, without getting into the point, or without getting a narrow discussion, without introspecting, or without getting the facts from different sources, that also happens. So blindly following on any one of the concept, any of the issue, that's a very wrong thing. And as you told, national interest, yes, there are certain things which is being named, and we as academicians, we have, as sir was telling, so let us keep it more theoretically. Okay, but that shouldn't happen. At least the coming generation should feel free. At least we, in academics, we need to have that kind of a freedom where we can speak our mind out on certain issues. See, everybody have an opinion. See, any issues have, it is like a coin of, every coin has two sides. So you may accept or you may say no to it. There is nothing compulsion that you have to agree to whatever I say. But the thing is, the justification has to be more ethical, the justification has to be more logical. I think then that is there. So we being educated, if we are not following that, then how can you expect a layman? He'll follow whatever the people say. So at least educated class, or maybe the academics, people where we are in. So we should have some kind of a standard which has to be kept up. Sometime there is a way out where we can raise our voice out, at least as a collective. Individually maybe we find it difficult, but at least if it is going to help a larger number of the people, I think that has to be taken up. I believe in that kind of a thing, and I always raise voice whenever there is a wrong thing. I say yes, even if they think it is wrong on my part, but at least I may not be able to solve every problem, but at least one problem is solved for one person. I think I've done my justifiable job. For me, that is national interest, because I can't solve everybody's problem. I stand by that. Thank you. We expect more questions from you people. You can speak in Malayalam also. You can speak, at least an observation, at least a criticism. Journalism is all about asking questions. Okay, right kind of questions at the right point of time. Whatever be the thing, even if it's a doubt for you, even if it's a clarification, or even a criticism is allowed for us.
You can use any language.
Yeah, please motivate yourself to ask questions.
Okay. Can citizen journalism effectively counter the narrative set by mainstream media?
Pardon?
Can citizen journalism effectively counter the narrative set by mainstream media?
No, not essential. It depends on what's the subject and what's the issue you are dealing with. Because citizen journalism can be in tune with the national interest. I am not telling that citizen journalism should be always rebellious or counter to the mainstream media or mainstream, even in the mainstream social bombardment. But citizen journalism should be citizens should be studied. The person should be studied. He should counter whatever he feels that it should be countered, because there are questions that should be answered. That should be questioned. Answers should be elicited. Then that questions should come from the questions should be coming only from the citizen media, because citizen journalism, because the mainstream media has been curtailed, controlled, or suppressed on in dealing with certain elements of news reporting. Like when we say national interest, when we say patriotic interest, when we say national security, there should be something like a fear, many times we heard from the morning, we are controlled, we are limited, we are strategically silenced, we maintain strategic silence. So in that, because anybody in a responsible position, they have to be silent on certain things. That's from our eminent scholar from Delhi, or people like me always work among at the grassroots with the people. We have to be silent on certain things. But there are 1,000 voices. You have more than 10 lakh WhatsApp groups in India controlled by a single political party. Have you heard of it? During the last election survey, one political party used more 10 lakh WhatsApp groups, funded WhatsApp group managers. And the opposition also has scattered. Congress has 60,000 or nearly 1 lakh WhatsApp groups. and other political parties may have their own share. But we are living in we are voting, we are going to vote were 10 lakh or 15 lakh or 20 lakh WhatsApp groups try to manipulate our interests, manipulate our as citizen of India, everybody should take our toll. We are empowered and speak truth and ensure that we are speaking truth and we are not at all violating privacy. We are not intruding into other individuals' privacy. Our freedom is always the freedom of speech or freedom of life or freedom of privacy of other person. But when we come to social issues, we can ask questions, we can report things, and we can source information from every corner of India. You just അടുത്ത വീട്ടിലെ ആളും മരിച്ചാൽ പോലും ChatGPT ചോദിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാലത്തിലേക്കാണ് നമ്മൾ പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. Even when something happens in the neighborhood, we'll be asking ChatGPT, what happened in the next house. So this is the things happening. So in such a situation, we should be empowered to elicit more information from from anywhere in the globe over issues, and we should speak out our own voices. We should have our own news platforms. We should have our own, whether it is WhatsApp group or social networking sites and whatever it is, we should have our own voices heard, maximum heard, and we should counter these organized, corporatized media houses or media cooking platforms, media cooking platforms or whatever scroll platforms, whatever it is. We should counter them with our own voices. That's what I say.
I thank both the speakers, Mr. Jose Kurian as well as Mr. Anish. Question? Yeah, please. I'll be more happy.
I think there are two.
Yes.
Came out with questions.
That's good. That's all. That's more important.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, very much.
You are heard.
What is the propaganda of politics in digital era?
So me?
Yeah.
Can you bit more clear?
What is the propaganda of politics in digital era? In
Propaganda
the digital
of politics in digital. You mean the impact of propaganda during this era of politics?
Yeah.
Yeah. The impact of propaganda material. That's what I said. You can. What's the use of if the news items that appear in newspapers are to be true, like 1 lakh, 2 lakh votes have been smuggled into the voting list. What is the use of your propaganda, which would yield any result in a democratic process? If you propagate for one cause, there should be a result. And if you want power, you have to go through the democratic process. So if that democratic process has been corrupted or it has been manipulated, what is the use of your propaganda in the democracy? Why you are propagating, why you are campaigning, why you are wasting your voice? That is the question in this era of. So if it has been corrected, if the democratic setup has been rearranged or reorganized or sanitized, then only we can campaign for an issue, we can campaign for justice. Did I answer your question? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you satisfied?
Yeah.
I am happy with that.
One more question? You had one more question? It's over? Okay. And thanks to the speakers, Mr. Jose Kurian as well as Mr. Anish Das, for bringing out a very impactful session, and also giving them a lot of food for thought for our young minds. Because I could see earlier there were nobody who wanted to ask the question, but at least on telling them again and again, we could get some 3 questions. This is what is needed. There is a need for somebody to push you people to do that. Whether it is in the name of the national interest, whether it is in the name of geopolitics, whether in the name of health, children, whatever be the thing, there needs to be a push, and that is what the media is supposed to do. You need to be the voice of the voiceless. Are we being the voice of the voiceless? That needs to be questioned. Anyways, I think both these speakers have given you a lot of content where you people can go back. These are the takeaways from the session where you people, as I told you, you are young minds. You have the power to change the whole scenario. Whether it is being politics or healthcare or education, you are the major power for us. Using the technology, using these social media, using this media platform, being journalism students, how responsibly you people can use this and change thing, that is very much important. So at the end, I thank both of them. I also thank the management for giving us this opportunity. Last but not the least, I would like to end up the talk with only one line. Let us not try to be only reel makers. Let us be change makers. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. As a token of our gratitude, we would now like to present mementos to our distinguished speakers for the gracing of this session with their valuable insights. May I kindly invite Zobin sir to come forward and present the mementos to Dr. Sapna M.S., Mr. Jose Kurian, and Mr. Anish M.S. Das. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to welcome Ms. Priya to come forward and present the certificates. Dr. Sapna, ma'am. Anish, sir. And Jose Kurian, sir. Thank you, Riamis. Now it's time for lunch. For participants, lunch is arranged in ground floor, class number G101, economic class. Please note, for the guest, the lunch is arranged in the IQAC room at the ground floor. ആർക്കെങ്കിലും കൂപ്പൺ കിട്ടിയിട്ടില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇവിടെ വന്ന് മേടിക്കാവുന്നതാണ്. അത് ഫയലിലുണ്ടോയെന്ന് ജസ്റ്റ് നോക്കണം, കൂപ്പൺ ഉണ്ടോയെന്ന്.
EK, Head of the Department of Mass Communication Journalism, NMSM Government College, Kalpetta. She has professional experience as a reporter, sub-editor with leading dailies such as Vartamanam and Asianet News. I am honored to invite Dr. Smita EK to kindly initiate the session.
Good afternoon. Hope I am audible. Okay. My topic is geopolitics of information. It's not. Hello. Hello. It's okay. My topic is Geopolitics of Information, Media's Role in Conflict and Cooperation. To take you straight to the subject, let me ask you one thing. I know you know the answer. Do you know TikTok? Yes. And what is the speciality of TikTok? It is a social platform. It's a Chinese social platform, and it has been banned since 2020. But nowadays it is in the news. Before the Shanghai Cooperation Summit in August 31st and September 1, there were reports that speculated the coming back of this platform. Times of India even reported that it is partially available in India and it may be back. But later, the government clarified that there is no such order to lift the ban, but even then the rumors didn't fade off. The Economic Times reported that the platform posted two job openings in India. One is aiming a Bengali speaking content moderator. So this banning and the speculation of lifting the ban is the topic that we are dealing today. Okay, I have structured my talk as like this. First, I will try to explain what is geopolitics. Actually, the ma'am who handled the first session defined it. But even then, let me define it in my own way. Then secondly, I will go to the geopolitics of information. And then finally, I attempt to discuss the role of media in conflicts and cooperation. Okay? So next slide. No, the one before. Yes. There is a definition by Francis P. Sempa. It is the interaction among the states and empires in particular geographical setting. He also adds that it is the method of analyzing international relations. Encyclopedia of Britannica also defined this term. It is the study of geographic influences on power relationship in international politics. So in the loose context, it is a synonym for international politics. Earlier, the advantage of geography, the influence of geography on the politics of the state, its policies are concerned with geopolitics. Okay, so it is said that the access to sea is very important, and it is through this access of sea actually many empires, especially British empires, rise. So even today, access to sea is very important, and I think that's why China is promoting or building ports in Sri Lanka. Then there came another additions like control over railroad, control over the movements within the land. Sir Harfold, John Mackinder, he stated that those who controlled the heartland of the Europe controlled the world. Then we saw 2 world wars, decolonization happened, and all the time the boundaries were rewritten. And even then, during the Cold War, even after World War II, the main aim of US was to reduce or limit the expansion of Soviet Union. Then as globalization, the concept of globalization came into our discourse, and also due to the technological innovations, the concept of global village. Actually, we can say that we are in a global village, but the recent or maybe the conflicts in every frontiers make us believe that we are in a global village as consumers, but we are not citizens or we are not geopolitical citizens in a global village. We are just consumers. Okay, then, so next one. This is Geopolitics of Information. Eric Rosenbach and Catherine Mansted defines it as how states engage with their citizens and with each other, defining their national interest, strategic priorities, and how they project the power on world stage. It examines how geographical factors, national interest, and power dynamics influence the production, distribution, and consumption of information, particularly in the context of international relations and foreign policy. So this is the area we need some elaboration. So, sir, next slide. Do you know who is this? Anne Frank. You know this girl. And how she is remembered now? The girl who wrote a diary. The diary of a little young girl. It's actually the translation of a German name, so that it may be young girl, little girl. Leave it. Anyway, she died at the age of 15. I think you know that. And she didn't survive Holocaust. But her diary actually screamed to the world the atrocities that the Jew suffered under Nazi Germany. So later it became a play, and then it became a film, and it won 3 Oscars too. Okay, now see the next image. Do you know who is this? Anybody? I don't know her name. I don't know whether she is alive today or not. She is a Palestinian girl. She is a Palestinian girl. I know she is a Palestinian girl because I searched for the image of a Palestinian girl and I found this picture. That's the only thing I know about her. Okay. And did she write any diary? We don't know. We cannot say no because we don't know. That's the only answer we can say. So, we don't know. At least not, we haven't found a diary written by her nowadays, till now, okay? Why that is not available? Then, okay, Holocaust is before 1945 or maybe before Second World War. At that time, people used to write diaries, and nowadays there is no need of writing diaries because today we can make reels. And I searched for some reels by Palestinian youngsters on their life in Gaza. And I found. But I doubt how many of you know about the reels made by these Palestinian guys about their life in warland. It tells how, what are the atrocities they face in Gaza by the Israel government. Then, next. Do you know this poster? It is the poster of a beautiful movie, Life is Beautiful. It's a very beautiful movie. It's a very heart-touching movie. I have watched it. And I assure that you will be overwhelmed with many feelings after watching this movie. Okay, this is a famous movie in 1997, directed and starred by Robert Benigni. It tells how a person, an ordinary person, can make things positive or consider things positive. He actually instilled positivity in the minds of her lover, his wife, and the son who could survive Holocaust. It is again a movie about survival of Holocaust. He didn't survive, but his son and wife survived. This beautiful movie was a massive hit, and it bagged 3 Oscars, and it screened in International Film Festival of India, IFFI. Now the next movie. This is a movie about a Palestinian young boy. Its name is Omar. Honestly, I didn't watch it. So I don't know whether it is a good movie or not. But it may be, because it is telling the sufferings of a Palestinian young guy. Okay. But it is not it is not screened in IFFI or IFFK so far, and it didn't bag any Oscar awards too. So 2 movies telling the suffering of 2 types of people. One type of movies get a lot of applause, and another is just didn't get any notice. 2 kids of 15 years old, one became an important figure in the world affairs, international politics. I don't have any problem with that, but the other girl is like millions of small, young, innocent kids who are suffering in Palestine, in Gaza. So this is the situation of geopolitics of information, how we produce, how we distribute, and how we as audience consume information. This is the list of Nobel laureates who won Nobel for literature, writing on Holocaust or the displacement of Jews, the diaspora, their sufferings, and all. All of these all of these literary person won Nobel awards. But you will not find such a list which deal with the Palestinian issue or the Palestinian suffering. Then let us move to another. It is the list of some of the Oscar winners who won the Oscar telling the stories of the Jews, their suffering, the Holocaust and all. But there is only one movie. It's not a movie actually. It's sir, next one. It's a documentary by 4 Palestinian directors. There is no fiction. It's just documentary, which got some applause from Oscar. It got the award for best documentary. Then, have you heard the name of Charlie Kirk? Yes, he was in the news recently. He was 31 years old. He has been shot when he was attending a function in a university, and he died. Right? And have you heard about Humam, son of Al-Hayya? He was the son of one of the important Hamas leader who was there in Doha, and he was shot dead, or he has been murdered during the strike of Israel at Qatar, Doha. Okay. The first one is at least condemned by the international audience. Oh, what happened to this 31-year-old guy? But the second one, Humam is not a leader. He was the son of a leader, and just because being the son of a leader made him a victim, but nobody asked why. I'm honestly, and I'm happy to declare that I'm not for Hamas. No, I'm standing beside Palestinian people, but not standing with Hamas. No, but even then, being the son of a leader made him the victim of Israel strike. So this is the importance of power of information. This implies that the information, its strategic use, can serve as vantage point for some countries, some societies. Then, do you remember, do you know the nationalities of the villain characters of James Bond? Some are American, some are British people, but many of them are Chinese, Russian, North Korean, Afghan. The country with which America has some kind of problem will definitely become the nationality of the villain character, usually. Sometimes it changes, but usually. So it is the strategic use of information, the institutional state apparatus, a term proposed by Louis Althusser. It is the strategic use of information, the ISA, through a medium that reaches, this medium is either the novels or cinema, through which it reaches millions of people and create very small but sustainable impact, and it will be like a stalagmite. It increases by day. Then let me give some of the terminologies of geopolitics of information. Information is power. One is the okay, no problem. The persons who I mentioned earlier explained 3 types of information: free information, commercial information, and strategic information. Actually, every information is strategic. Remember Radia tapes? Okay, Neera Radia was a public relations officer or maybe consultant in India who used to record her conversations with politicians, journalists, and business people. And at a particular time period, she actually revealed all these tapes to the public. And in those tapes, there was a conversation with the wife of one of the leader, the wife of Mr. Karunanidhi, the former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Even the talk with the minister, the wife of a Chief Minister, maybe it is a personal talk, it was not, okay, I agree, but even that talk is an important weapon, a powerful tool. And that's why I'm saying that even personal or free information is actually strategic information. The main allegation against social media is that they make money by selling their users. That is the main allegation. They sell our demographic details, our psychograph to the companies. So even personal data is a commercial and strategic information for many people. Then second thing I want to tell you about is control over infrastructure. Information need actually infrastructure, the resources. It may be financial resource or technological resource, but it is very important. Many voices, one world. We have studied the title. It is the report by, it's the name of the McBride report, right? So the McBride report, Many Voices, One World in 1980, and the Maulana model of international flow of information usually discussed the disparity of information flow between countries. The core idea is that there is a disparity between the flow, disparity in flow of information between the wealthiest north and less wealthy south. Okay, so, and why it is it's happening? Because the technological support that is needed for producing, distributing news, information is with them, with the big agencies like Reuters and AFP. And there are disparities in perspective too. When US invaded Iraq, telling that there are chemical weapons of massive destruction, actually it hasn't been supported by any evidence yet. But even then, US invaded, broke the country anyway. On that time, when I was working in a newspaper, we used to get news feed. And the news feed had a label, War on Terror. The invasion to a democratic country is termed as War on Terror. Okay. And at that time, the Malayali newspapers used to translate as American invasion to Iraq. But I still remember, one of my colleagues actually translated War on Terror as such to Malayalam. Bhikarathakkediraya Yuddham. And our senior editors corrected it. But what if it hasn't been corrected? The label goes to the people, it will be there, and it will get normalized. That is, the invasion to a country, a different country, will get normalized as War on Terror. Again, it is the geopolitics of information. Then we can say that today we are in an era of social media where anyone can post anything, anyone can share anything. But usually, at least by noon, you would have understood that there are some authoritarian government who cuts the lines, who control the social media and the usage, who have some other set of social media for their citizen. Okay, let us think that it is there. This authoritarian government is there. But what I feel that is this authoritarian narrative, that is, some countries are authoritarianly controlling their citizen, their usage of information. I think it is an American or maybe a Western narrative, because is information free in America? See this report. In 2024, President Trump signed executive order titled Preventing Across Access to Americans' Bulk Sensitive Personal Data and United States Government Related Data by Countries of Concern. 1. In 2025, January 2025, President Trump, US President Trump signed another executive order titled Restoring Freedom of Speech and Ending Federal Censorship. That means there are some kind of censorship even in the country which has an amendment for freedom of press. Okay, so I don't think that it is just an authoritarian thing. It is there in every libertarian country also. There are restrictions. Then let us consider that there are no restrictions. But again, in the first 2 sessions you have heard algorithm. You know the algorithm of our search, and it's very simple. I'm trying to narrate it in a simple way. The algorithm of our search confines us to an echo chamber or a filter bubble where we will watch only those things that substantiate our views. Then how will I find a different point of view, different perspective, and where will be the free flow of information? Next thing I want to talk is stereotyping and creating the other. In the Dictionary of Media and Communication, James Watson and Ann Hill define stereotyping as oversimplified definition of a person or type of person, illustration, style, or event. They continue to say that it is convenient, like Jews are like this, Muslims are like this, union people are like this, and so on. So it's very convenient to us to label somebody like this. See, my Insta Sky always used to show me some reels where youngsters of US demanding the immigrants of US to go to the place where they belong to. And according to these demanding people, the places are Africa. Actually, it is not a place, it's a continent, Mexico, Asia, and Middle East. They believe that these immigrants have come illegally. Okay, they sell drugs, they grab their opportunities, and they bring terrorism to US and the like. Ironically, those who demand the immigrants to go back to the country where they belong to are the kids of immigrants. Actually, in America, do you know, are there any, what we say, yes, any legal heirs? If there, that is only Native Americans. Do you remember a news story in, I think in June, where the German chancellor who was visiting US at that time gifted Donald Trump the birth certificate of his grandfather. I liked that news. I loved that news because it tells that even the person who always demand you people go back to your country is an immigrant. Okay. Then yesterday, London saw a massive rally organized by an extreme right wing, which was virtually addressed by Elon Musk. Do you know Elon Musk is also an immigrant? So these immigrants, after coming, it's like we usually say that in a bus, when we get into a bus, the next thing we want to is the bus should not be stopped at any place, and no one should get into that bus after we get into that. It is like that. These immigrants, the kids of the immigrants, want the immigrants to go back to their country. Then, how can a nation in a world of economy where everything and every affairs are connected, interconnected and tangled, you cannot stand alone in this world affairs? That's what I feel. Then why such outcry? Why the people are asking the immigrants to go? Yes, there are problems by immigrants. I'm not saying that all immigrants are pure, the best. No, there are problems, but actually it's a like a curtain which actually what we say shadow the inefficiencies of government to produce more opportunities, to produce security, to assure security to the people, maintain law and order, and provide decent livelihood. So they systematically channelize this blame game towards immigrants. It's very easy. It's very convenient. We are stereotypically framing these immigrants as the people who is doing all the problems in their country. For that, they are exploiting the power of information, and actually, again, it is a geopolitics. So all these that I have discussed is in a macro level. It is applicable in micro level too. Here also in Mumbai, there is a feeling that all other people coming from other parts of the country are taking the opportunities of Mumbai. When I was there in Thiruvananthapuram, one Thiruvananthapuram person told me that me-like people are actually grabbing the opportunities of him-like Thiruvananthapuram people. So this kind of geopolitics is there everywhere. That is in micro level. In macro level, it is actually affecting international politics. And what is the role of media? Here we comes to the last portion of my talk. What role media could play? Actually, the concerns I raised are the things that it is playing in the time of conflict. It is a kind of becoming a tool in the hands of authorities. I'm not saying the political authority. I'm more concerned about those who have economic power. So economic authorities, and they use media in conflict not to lose their grip on power. Then what media can actually do? I'm not saying that media should ignore their infrastructure and livelihood, but I must remind you one word by L.K. Advani, who said during the emergency about the behavior of media, "You were only asked to bend, you crawled." എന്താ അതിനർത്ഥം? കുനിയാൻ പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ മുട്ടിലിഴഞ്ഞു. Okay, so sometimes media is showing loyalty more than the king. So what I feel is that the media, the journalists should practice the principles such as objectivity, truthfulness, balance, fairness, accountability, transparency, and should promote dialogue that will result to a media which can be trusted for cooperation. Thank you.
It's a Q&A segment. Participant can ask questions if you have any.
May I go back to my seat?
I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Professor Smita E.K.
I'm not professor.
As a token of our deep respect and gratitude, we would like to present a memento to our eminent speaker, Dr. Smita E.K. May I kindly invite Ms. Ria, Assistant Professor from the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, to come forward and present the memento to Professor Dr. Smita E.K. I kindly invite Shobin Matthew, Assistant Professor from the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, to hand over the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Smita E.K. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting this token of our gratitude.
I'm pleased to announce that the technical sections will be led by Dr. Seena Johnson. Dr. Seena Johnson is Assistant Professor of Academic Coordinator and Don Bosco Arts and Science College, Angarikar, Kannur. With over a decade of teaching experience, she has published widely, including scope index works, and presented national and international conference. She has also served as section chair and coordinated scholarly forums and contribution to curriculum design and question bank preparation Calicut University and Kannur University. Please join me in warmly welcome Dr. Seena Johnson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Louder? Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, so the topic which I'm going to deal with is social media platforms as tools for public diplomacy. Okay, so you all know about what is social media, isn't it? Yeah. So here I'm using two terms, social media and social networking. Can anyone tell me what is the difference between that? Social media, for what we are using social media? Simple terms? Communicate, entertaining, information. Yeah, we have n number of functions for social media. Social networking. What can be that? Connecting or maintaining that connections or networks. Okay, so now we live in an era of social medias and social networking, and we can't think a day without this. What will happen if your phone is snatched from you for a 24 hours? You're gone, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so when you talk about social media, we know that we can give comments on government policies we can comment, government events we can comment, isn't it? And we can comment on anything, positive or negative. And another terminology is diplomacy. You have heard about this term, diplomacy. So diplomacy, in simple terminology, we can say it is the interaction between two countries. India have an interaction with American government, and they decide so many things. Some of the things we came to know through our social medias. Another term related to with this is public diplomacy. Okay, so diplomacy, we know that it is the interaction between two states. In public diplomacy, the word public means common people. So whatever the discussion is happening, the public is also involved in that. It is a two-way communication or direct engagement between government and the people of some other countries. Maybe Indian people should know what is happening in America, isn't it? Okay, so what has happened recently in Nepal? Nepal enda pattiye? Gen Z started the protest for what? It's only because of ban of social media? It triggered them. Because they were upset with the corruption, the autocratic rule of the government, and at the end, banning of social media. So we now live in an era where no borders are there. You all know about globalization. We are connected with everyone in and around. It doesn't matter whether they are in any part of the country. We all are connected. So when it comes to diplomacy, you can see the negotiation is a part of diplomacy. Cultural relationships is a part of diplomacy. Economic relations, political relation, the transparency in communication, everything is part of diplomacy and public diplomacy. When diplomacy deals with government to government engagement, public diplomacy is government to people. You all know about Korean brands, isn't it? Korean dramas. How many of you are fan of that? 1, 2, only 2, 3. Only 3 people. Only 3. Yeah, that's also, 4. That's also nice. Okay. Yeah. So when the journey of our communication technology from telegraph, print, radio, television, film, social media, everything has created revolution. When the invention of telegraph was there, the former British Prime Minister said that, my God, this is the end of diplomacy. So before that, there were direct interaction. Only the two people know what is happening. Nobody knows what they are communicating. But now we live in an era where everything is open. How many of you put your status on a daily basis? On WhatsApp or Insta? You update your status. Daily you are taking photos. Yeah, because we want us to communicate to the people. We want them to show that we are doing this much of things. We want everything to be open. The same happens with our diplomatic talks also. Here government can't hide anything. They have to tell to the public what is happening. Okay. So when it comes to social media and diplomacy, as I said, we have information, we have to tell about our cultural exchange, we have to tell the information what we have communicated. Everything is real-time communication. In that, one thing is there, soft power building. We have two types of power, soft power and hard power. Okay, so hard power, can anyone guess? Hard power of a country. Any wild guesses? When it comes to military or when something is imposed on you. Okay, imposed, maybe the government is imposing something on you. That category we can consider as hard power. Okay, here something military, tangible resources, everything. But we focus on soft power when it comes to public diplomacy. So soft power is influencing other people or other people in other countries through the cultural things or through cultural appeal. We know about Korea more with their Korean dramas, isn't it? When we are in the COVID time, everybody was a fan of this brands. Okay. Other than Korean dramas, what are the other Pakistani dramas? There is a huge fan for Pakistani dramas, isn't it? So all this comes under the category of soft power. You are telling the people about their culture, about the speciality. Now some people is interested to visit Korea. Only because of that, their power, their influence through this drama or through their band. Okay. And India, when it comes to India, what we promote or what is the uniqueness of India, why tourists are coming here? Culture is there, yoga, Ayurveda, tourism. Tourism is our highlight. We make a huge revenue out of tourism. Isn't it? Okay, so when it comes to US, we have higher quality of education, Harvard, isn't it? Okay, so these are what is soft power, how we can influence the people in other countries through culturally. So when you talk about the public diplomacy, 1990, that time they were talking about how we can handle this terrorism and other negatives which is affecting our country. Then way back in 2003, the Ministry of External Affairs have launched their website. And Shashi Tharoor, who is Shashi Tharoor? Yeah, the former external minister. Then he was the one who promoted the social media thing. That time the government officials have high restrictions in using social medias and all, but he was literally more into technology and he was the one who promoted using social medias for discussion, political discussion, so political communications. Okay. So, as I said, we live in an era where we want to share everything on a daily basis related to our life. Where we have gone, what is happening in our college, which event we have attended, the photos, everything we want to place it on a regular basis, either in Insta or Facebook, whatever, or WhatsApp, whatever platform. So the same transparency we the people are expecting from the government also. Okay, so in the US election, the former President Barack Obama, he used the same tactics. He used the social medias to influence the people during the election time. Okay, so the social media was, he said that social media was one of the main factors which helped him to win the election. Okay, the same strategy in India also we are applying presently. Okay? So, as I said, you all have social media accounts. How many of you have more than one account? Good. Which is the highest used social media account by political leaders? Any idea? Correct. Twitter. Yeah, X. So, when it comes to diplomacy, Twitter and diplomacy, a terminology called diplomacy. That is, we are using, most of the political leaders are using Twitter for communicating the political things or political discussions. And people are also commenting on that. So Twitter is the prime one which is used for political discussions, debates. Okay. And you all know about China. China have their own thing. They don't use the WhatsApp. They have some other state-owned thing. But they joined the Twitter in 2013 because they also felt like that Twitter has the power. Okay, through Twitter, they can change the image of a nation image building. And most of the international organizations are also promoting the Twitter communication. So, in India, which political leader has the highest Twitter following? Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi is having a huge followers in Twitter. And you know the strategies which the Prime Minister is using to communicate the government initiative, government policies. Whatever the government is doing, he discusses everything or he promotes everything through Twitter. And the US President, Donald Trump also, when he was, last time also when he was there in the chair, he was promoting Twitter. Presently also, Donald Trump is using Twitter the most. Then when we talk about the Indian political Twitter accounts, at Indian Diplomacy is one account, then at Narendra Modi, then at PMO India. These three accounts are followed hugely, and the other leaders, Rahul Gandhi, Shashi Tharoor, and Omar Abdullah, is also using the Twitter, and they also have a huge fan followers in Twitter. And more than 193 UN member states are also promoting Twitter. Okay, so this tendency of following Twitter, or following the social medias, or using social medias for the political discussion, we termed it as digital diplomacy. Okay, it's not a face-to-face thing. Everything is through a mediator, social media we are using. So let me take a quote from Shashi Tharoor. In today's world, you cannot meaningfully confine your public diplomacy to foreign publics alone. In the current media environment, whatever message any government puts out is also instantly available to its domestic audience on the internet. Whatever discussions you are doing on there, immediately it should be made available to the public. Otherwise, they will get the information through unwanted sources, and it can create. On one side, if you can able to give the update, it is far better. So now we don't have any border between national, international. Okay, everything is available. That is what the strength of public diplomacy, because the government is communicating everything to the publics directly. So that border is nowhere there. It is blurred. It is completely out. Then we, as I told about the soft power. So digital diplomacy as soft power. Okay, so whatever culture is there in other country, now we started to celebrate the Halloween festival. Halloween festival ആഘോഷിക്കുന്നുണ്ട് ആൾക്കാർ. What is that? Halloween festival. Some colleges celebrate that also. How we came to know about that? Was that part of our culture? No. How we came to know this is Halloween, this is how we have to dress and all? Through social media. We know that from US and all, they will dress up in a, what type of costume they use? Ghosts, monsters, isn't it? I hope everyone has seen that, isn't it? Yeah. So that is how the soft power is emerging. What is happening in other countries, culturally we try to adopt that. Whether it happens in China, whether it happens in Japan, Japan food, Korean food, is it available here in India? We try that. Some like that, some of you don't like that. What is that famous Japanese food? Yeah. So we know about that. Everything we know. There is no hide and seek. Everything is available, right? So many Indian restaurants are there in Dubai, London. Isn't it? How they celebrate the Onam. We all have seen that videos. Isn't it? They have turned London into a mini India. Canada. Most of the Punjabi populations are living in Canada. Isn't it? So this is the power of soft power. Public diplomacy or digital diplomacy as soft power. So we will come some case studies. In China, as I said, they have, inside China, they have their own thing, state-owned thing. They have WeChat, which is parallel to WhatsApp, and Baidu, which is parallel to Google. But when the Chinese organization or Chinese television works in some other countries, there they use the Twitter. There they don't promote the state-owned alternatives, because they know for clearing the things in their country, they have to be updated with the platform which is followed by most of the people. So the China Global Television Network, which is based in Washington, they have a 24/7 English language television, and they use Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube to shape the narrative. So they have a policy that you have to tell good about China in your channel. Okay, so we all have this misconception, or for some it will be true, that China is the main country causing, who is responsible for the disaster which made us to sit in home for 2.5 years? COVID, isn't it? So China dealt with that thing. China have a strategy. Our knowledge, we know that it is from a Chinese lab. The COVID virus has been released, and we all have been stuck. So what they done that, in the Twitter, whatever criticism is coming against China, they have used very aggressive language in addressing that issue. Okay, they were not ready to accept that it is from the Chinese lab, this COVID, the virus which is responsible for COVID has been released, but they criticized that in a very aggressive tone. So because of that, the Chinese people were happy with the government. Okay, the strategy to show China in a good manner. That is one of the strategy made by Chinese government. Then South Korea, of course, you know how they promoted their culture. we have Korean dramas, and we have the Korean brand celebrities, and majority are fan followers of that Korean brand. Okay, so here they gave a very positive image, thereby they were trying to increase the tourism aspect. If people are liking this Korean brand or Korean people, maybe people will like to visit Korea. And if somebody is going Korea, they will show it to the other world. Korea is like this through their Insta, WhatsApp, and thereby they can promote the tourism. This is also one of the strategies through which a country can change their image. Next, Myanmar, which you all have heard about the violence against the Rohingya group or people. So, of course, so many hated thing, violence, everything was against this Rohingya people. So so the government tried to say that don't spread hated thing. We don't know about this particular minority community. We have heard about them through social medias. You still remember the photo of a small child who's dead and whose body have been come near to the sea. I hope you remember that picture. Okay, through that the cruelty of the government is coming up. So this is also an example for social media's usage for this diplomacy talk. How this social media is creating such problem through hated speech or hated images and all. Indonesia also, the same thing, they have pressurized the Meta and TikTok officials to don't circulate contents which creates misinformation or problem among the people, common people. Because when the stories from Indonesia is coming as very negative, we all believe that Indonesia is a bad country. But where is Bali? It is a famous tourist place. So if something happens to that, people won't go there. What happened in Kashmir? In the Kashmir, terrorism attack. So we have a fear that is it safe to go there? So what will happen? The revenue will automatically decrease. So these are some of the case studies where the social media can create a very negative and positive images, and how this affects the relationship between the two governments. It's not only about tourism, it is a relationship between two governments are also getting spoiled. So, into the conclusion, we know that social media is a very powerful tool. Okay, when it is used in a right manner, it is very helpful. It is very easy to use. You can have n number of functions with social media. It can help the government leaders to have a good rapport. So good decisions can lead to good policies. Good policies will help the life of the citizens. And balancing the soft power is also important. So when we look into the actions from the President Trump, what is happening in America? Trump anda parne? Tax, yeah. Then now the Indians are a little bit of scared whether to go there, whether to come back, or how safe it is. So all this is affecting when the relationship between the two governments are not in rapport or not in harmony, it is going to affect the common people. Okay? So the social media has a very good, it can influence our life. Okay? So that's all about this. Any question? Any clarifications? Any question? Okay, thank you so much for such an interactive audience. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful and thoughtful provoking presentation. Questions are good, As a token of our deep respect and gratitude, we would like to present a memento to our eminent speaker, Dr. Seena Johnson. May I kindly invite Christina Joseph to come forward and present the memento to Professor Dr. Seena Johnson. I kindly invited Assistant Professor of Department of Journalism, Mass Communication, Christina Miss, hand over the certificate appreciation to Dr. Seena Johnson. Now, as a gesture of the appreciation from our organized committee, we have arranged a small gift for a distinct speaker. I would like to invite Lidin sir to kindly present the gift. Seena ma'am, please come forward. Thank you to our chair, distinguished speaker, and audience for engaging an insightful session. With that, we conclude this plenary session 1. Thank you. നാളത്തെ പ്രോഗ്രാം 10 മണിക്കാണ് എല്ലാവരും വരണം.